Hello and welcome to a new stream. And now the internet seems to be running okay. I think I saw on my YouTube page the only stream that's running is the horizontal one, the horizontal. So I don't know why. Dude, there's always something. Okay, I think they are both running now. So that's good. That's good. Remember that the I told you this weekend I would get some sound effect for the game. Well, I did get them. I did get the sound effects, but the thing is, I'm still not committed to them because they are like from Open Game Art. Like, uh, they are from varying quality and yeah, varying quality and also like for different types of games. Like I struggle to find sounds that are both good for what I'm trying to do here and that are like go with each other basically. But I prepared some other tasks for today, like mainly. Let me close this. Mainly doing effects for. Oh, and Taha is here and says hello, Roman. What's up, Taha? Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? I'm doing well. I'm doing well, by the way. And yeah, so I'm going to be doing some sound effects. No, not sound effects, but just special effects for other things. Just let me show you what tasks I have prepared for today. So in here, and let me actually put my cam with a virtual background. Like just remove the background. Okay. So now I have here. I don't know if you can see this. I think you can, but let me just make it a little bit. Um, Give it a little bit more zoom. So yeah, the first thing I'm going to be doing today is basically having the environment feedback on impact and collisions. So whenever and Taha, you say I think Nick said that your laptop was down or something. Did you buy another laptop? Yeah, I had a problem with my laptop. It had I don't I'm not really sure what happened. I think it was a problem with the motherboard, and I got it to multiple repair shops, and they weren't able to repair it. The laptop after basically like month and something, or yeah, it was a pretty long time. But yeah, I just have had to buy another um, computer basically, and now I'm using a tower, no longer a laptop, because I'm still a little bit afraid that it could happen again. Like I got traumatized by that experience. But yeah, I have another computer and it's working well, so that's good. And Nicked, you say so the ping is not pinging correctly again. Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening there. Like it was correctly set up like before when I was streaming before. It always worked super good. I don't know what's happening now. And Art, you say yo, congrats on your PC. Thanks, man. Thanks. And hello, welcome. How are you, dude? Good to see you here. Thanks. Yeah, I'm now a master race user. Okay, so today I want to. Oh yeah, I was talking about sound effects before. I didn't get to finish what I was saying. I got some sound effects, like a huge library of sound effects, but I haven't filtered through them, and I'm going to filter through them off stream. So tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, I can just implement the sound effect into the game, and we don't have to be like searching for stuff. So yeah, it's from Soundays. I think they have like every year, they get like a bunch of sound effects, like professional sound effects, and they put it for free on Sonos. And Taha, you say just curious, what's your GPU? My GPU is um I forgot, but let me check. Let me check. Properties. Here it's okay, so processor is AMD Ryzen 7 5700X. But the GPU, the GPU, I forgot where to check that. Device manager. I think it should be here. So GPU. I'm actually searching it. Uh, it's here. Display adapters. It's an RTX 5060. It's like the equivalent to I think 3070 Ti or something like that. It's pretty powerful. Like I you can tell I don't have any savings left. Like I spent everything in here. I'm pretty broke right now. And Nick, you say I would use that if I didn't want to make the effects myself. Yeah, like it's pretty cool to have your own sound effects, and I do like the process of making sound effects. Just that it takes a lot of time, and I'm not sure if that's like something that I want to spend my time now on. And it's easier when you have like retro games that you can have uh, that you can use those as sound effects generators for 8-bit stuff, like 8-bit sounds. They are like pretty useful for that. But other than that, it's I don't really enjoy making that much. I don't enjoy making sound effects that much. And AMD is a GPU. Is that a GPU? I thought it was the CPU. That's the CPU, right? Or I'm talking shit. That could be another possibility. But I think it's the CPU, like it told me here on the Windows Manager. And yeah, Windows task, task Manager. Okay, so art to say, Gunman, the other dev, and I have been stuck on building for Apple Game Center for almost 5 days now. To be honest, it's all pulled the energy out of me. Yeah, I can. It's those kinds of things like having to uh, build stuff for certain standards can certainly be tiring and not really making you want to work anymore. But it is what it is, and it will get uh, finished either way. It will take a while, but keep your hopes up because after that thing, you can go back to developing more other interesting stuff. So keep the hopes up. Hopes up. Let me just open the task manager so you can see that. Yeah, you can see that. So in here, CPU is AMD Ryzen 7 uh, 5700X. That's the processor CPU. In the GPU is NVIDIA GeForce RTX 5060. And Wisnion says, hello, bro. Hello, chat. What's up, Wisnion? Welcome to the stream. And yeah, so going back to this, that's what I'm going to be doing for now, at least on the morning block of work. I'll be doing some basically particles for whenever a spell hits the ground. Like I wanted to feel like it's um, like there's real ground, so different particles are going to be like popping up when you fire at the ground. And Nick, you say, what is your evolved version, like in Pokemon terms? I'm not sure. And I have to say, I did a stream on Saturday when I wrote up, I think it was an asset locator system where I got the abilities, items, elements, and wrote around using items for elements. I swear it was coincidence, but I hope you saw at least that part maybe. Get the mentality. I haven't watched your streams, but I'll check them out to see how you use the enums. Uh, okay, so I want to do one for snow, another one for the Greenland, basically the grass, and here for Fireland. These ones are going to be pretty similar. So I think I haven't actually opened Unity yet, so that's what I'll do. I mean, normally I have it open, but something really weird happened. Like, you remember that I had a problem with the internet? That's why I didn't stream yesterday or on Monday. And the technician came here and fixed the thing. It was a pretty simple thing. It just didn't have the certification. I'm not really sure uh, what that means, but it didn't have the certification. So it was working very badly. He gave it the certification, came back to work again, and yeah, that is one part of the problem solved. But another thing is, whenever I turn on my PC, like I have to disconnect some. It have some like antennas. I don't know how to pronounce it, but I have to basically unscrew them and screw them again, so it captures Wi-Fi. I don't know. It's pretty weird, but yeah. And I have to say, well, it was more about the benefits of not using enums for some things. It allowed me to then later on make an event system that works from the inspector. An event system from the inspector. But on runtime? Okay, so in here, what will I do? Mm, let's see, what will collide with this? I know I'll need to get the particles on the particle manager. So let me open that. Let me see on managers. I know I'll need the particles manager. Okay, so in here I have my previous them whatever, and whenever and for every particle that I have here, I just have a list. I think I could just do like a list of lists, and I have done that for other pools, like other object pooling systems. But in here, I just got like particle types. It's pretty easy to do, but it's not very scalable because if I want to have like, okay, yeah, five particles here, it's okay. But when I want to have like, I don't know, 100 is not going to work that well. So what I'll do is probably going to turn this into a list of lists. And I just say, well, I mean, you could do it at runtime. So I make a system where the player can say, create new weapons with the new abilities. They could make an ability that basically says, on hit, do 5 damage, on jump. Okay, whatever. And Marco Sedembri is here and says hi. Hello, Marco. Welcome to the stream. How is it going? And say how's the connection? And it is well. It is working well right now. I think I haven't dropped any frames, So it seems to be working very well. I the technician came yesterday and fixed the stuff, so that's good. And art, you say that wasn't the intent, but using scripted objects means other devs can have an easy time linking to events. Yeah, like it's I see your point. Um okay, so initial particle Q count, that's just a variable to know how many particles will I put in the pool, like basically the size of the pool for each one of these. Yeah, Nick, I was working on my grip strength, so I don't drop the frames. And Marco Sedemri, you say, what's new to the game? And nothing really, nothing. I just got to work today. I searched for some sound effects, but I haven't actually implemented any of them. But what I'll do today is basically just having some more particles for when spells hit the ground, basically, like having some grass going around when you launch when you cast spells towards the ground or something. So it's pretty small, but yeah, and I have to rework this because it's getting pretty annoying to work with this. Good stuff. Quality of life is important. Completely agree with quality of life being very important. Okay, so here, what will I do? Is I have well, I could do a dictionary of particles here, but here, let me see. This particle system. Hmm. Well, this healing particles list. Well, I could just create them instead of having one for each. I could just create them like on start. In order to say, oh, fun note, Unity particle system works in updates, so manipulating particle collections outside of updates will break it. Outside of updates. In what way will it break? Like I've been using them with just calling functions from update. It's like already they are already there, just for pulling them. Okay, so in here, instead of doing all of this, I think I will do what? Can I do anything for how to loop an enum? Because I want to, instead of having like indexes that could be like 0, 1, 2, 3, and they are like heal, mana regeneration, enemy death, I'll just keep an enum. But how to loop through an enum? And the cheese guy is here and says hello. It's nice to see you, Roman. Hello, cheese guy, and good to see you in the chat too. Yeah, so I'll search that up. I'll search how to loop through an enum. How to loop through an enum. Unity. Haven't done that. I think ever through an enum. Uh, Here in Unity discussions. Oh, I always come to Unity discussions or Stack Overflow. It's the heaven of programmers. Syntax piece, whatever. It's system space. So for int I, piece type names that length I, and I just get piece types names. And I just say so if you make a collection, then alter the collection in a say fixed update, and on that frame get a drop below 20 FPS, it will break the collection for the particle system. Okay, okay. So not in fixed update. I'm only using the calling stuff with the functions, and it's mainly an update. So I think I will be okay. And need to say you loop in a for loop. Yes. um, where did I have that? It's pretty common. I wouldn't say it's not. I wouldn't say it's uncommon to do a for inside a for loop. Okay, so in here, I didn't quite got what he was trying to do here, or what he was doing here. Existing system, not namespace. Piece type names, system that enums that get names, type of piece name. Okay, so it gets the all the names of the enums into a string array, and then for int I equals 0, this is the piece name. Okay, yeah, that's the length of the array of strings, of names basically. And what I want is piece type names, and this is the part that I don't understand really. And Taha, you say hey Taha, and now I can say Roman is rich. Why? Oh yeah, because of the computer. Yeah, I was before. Now I'm just in debt, still paying the bad boy. Say there are many ways to do it, such as through enum that get values type of the enum, and it's one way to convert that enum to a collection. And let's go. Otherwise, you can go caveman and do enum foo abcd count for 1 equals 0. Yeah, I'll search it out. I'll see what people are doing here. Here for each, it's storing the values in an array. It's always storing the variables in an array. So the enum that get values, type of my enum, and for each, seeing a for each, my enum value in values, console string format, get type, get name, type of my enum. I think first, Nick, you say I do that. It looks insane enough to me. Always up for the crazy shenanigans. Okay, so in here, no longer need this, or probably it's gonna change. This is gonna change. So what I want in here is not having to have a list for each of the particle systems. That's one. That's for one. So I'll just delete them. And what I will need is, well, the particle prefabs. So I need to basically have, let's see. Let's see. Initialize particles, healing particles, particle dictionary. Yeah, for every single one of the particle types, I'm going to create a list, and in that list, I have to have basically like another list that has like the same IDs, or it's like in the same order, so I can just put them in order. Hard to say. Or if you do it my way, is for each element in game assets that get all element. Uh, because my elements are SOs. Her. I think I'll do what the guy on Stack Overflow was doing. I think it's the more comprehensible now for me, or the easiest to read for me. So in here, I'll just delete every one of them, and every single one of them, and I'll just have an array of what of particle system, and it's gonna be particle particle system prefabs like that, and like this equal new. Well, I don't need to specify this really. That's it. And Happy Extreme says uh, giverage. What is that? Not really sure. But welcome to the stream. Um, okay, so I have that. Now, I'm just going to comment this for a little while to know what to put in here. But I'll just joink what I had in here. Basically, I'll transform it to what I need. System array that is returned. So it would be like this, right? So let me copy this. Let me joink it, and I'll keep it here for reference to use it as I need it. So in here, the first thing is creating an array of values. And what are those values? Are enum.getValues type of enum. So what will this get me? Enum dot get uh, get values. And well, I could do get names because I want to associate like each name is gonna be a key for the dictionary. So get names. If architecture starts to either pay off or cost, nothing wrong with enums. How some people would make it a static dictionary map. Yeah, I think like I don't see how this could break in like I know my previous the previous way yeah, the previous way I was doing this, it was bound to break, but it was easy to implement at first, and it got me far, So I had it working, but I didn't expect it to last for long, and now I have to rework it, and I think this is going to be like pretty robust, so I don't have to change it ever again, hopefully. But I think it is. I think it's well. Okay, so get names, and here what do I need? Uh, requirement enum type of. So it's the same type of using the same type of is well, it's called particle types. Particle types. So what is this getting me? It's getting me a string array. So string array, and it's gonna be called what? It's gonna be called particle particle types names like that. And I have to say, I'll write lurking, but back to the bits of figuring out why JKE exception 101 really means. Okay, have I don't know if I would tell you have fun with that, but I have luck with that. I think it's more proper. So see you again whenever you chat again. But if you can, like, let me know when you finish figuring out the GKE exception. What is that about, really? Is it about the Apple thing, like for Apple uh, devices? Okay, so in here, particle types for each. So for I don't really like to do for each because I've gotten to be zero. So I could skip zero. I could skip zero. I could start at one. And I have to say, Apple results of a CTD for users we captured from Firebase, a GKA exception 101. Could be Firebase, could be GameKit, could be Game Center, could be at build, could be a certification, could be a script. Wow, that's a lot of things to check out. Do you have a hunch where it could be? Well, I won't distract you anymore. Just good luck with figuring that out, and just let me know when you figure it out or when you think you're close to figuring it out. Um, okay, so in here, yeah, I think I'll skip the first one. I'll skip the first one, but yeah, I'm not sure if um, yeah, because I don't want to access this one, but I want to access the first index of the array. So I'll figure a way to do that. Yeah, so here I have the particles dictionary and I have the status effect to particle types dictionary. And here I'm getting more errors, right? Because these work a little bit different than the other particles. Okay, so yeah, in here, particle types names, what do I want to do? Let me just write pseudocode here. So I have like a list of things to go through. Um, so first thing I want to do is basically like do do a list or add a list in the particles dictionary according which key is the name of the current um, yeah, the name of the current particle types names index. So I. What else do I want to do? I want to initialize that list too. So I would be getting that list, and I would be adding things like I was doing before. So what I was doing here is I can basically just instantiate the particles. I already have a function for that. It just you pass it a particle and you pass it a particle list and the number of particles you want to put into the pool, and it does that automatically. So I think I'll just use what I've been using before. Yeah. So next, I want to basically instantiate instantiate and add the particles to the pool, and I'm going to put in parentheses the pool is the list, the current list, the list. And cheese guy, you say, by the way, Roman, what are you working on? I'm working on particles. So I'll tell you what I had here before. I deleted a bunch of stuff. Like I had uh, the previous the previous way I was doing particles here is that I basically had like a particle system for every single particle. or I had a list of those particles for every single particle. So whenever you needed a particle, you called the particle list of mana regeneration, for example, and it would activate that particle and disable it and put it back to the list so you can use it again instead of having to create it again. The problem with that is that if you want to have 100 types of particles, you will need 100 lists, and it's okay to have 100 lists. What's not okay is to have 100 separate lists that are each a variable instead of having a way to access it through an index, or being able to access that through a name in this case, because I'm using an enum. Um, so I have particle types in here. I just have to declare those. And now I'm doing that automatically for each one of those is going to create a new list for those, and you will be able to access that list just using that name, like enemy death, mana region, heal, or whatever. So that's what I'm doing. And Nick, you say I'm thinking of starting the Christmas time competition around about this weekend and end it before the next day, the next Monday. Mm, so that it ends before the Christmas sprint thing. Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to that. I would actually enjoy uh, that. I really like the Halloween competition. And Nepal, you say, "Hey Roman and friends, hello Nepal, welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. How is it going?" And thanks, man. Thanks. Say so glad you're back. Thanks. So yeah, that's what I've been doing in here. So going back to what I had before, and this is just something that I copied off of Stack Overflow because I didn't know how to loop through an enum. So I searched it up, and yeah. So now I'm just going to delete this. I no longer need this, or do I? Do I need this? No, I don't think so. I'll leave it anyway, just in case. It's better to have it around. Okay, so in here, add a list in the particle dictionary, which key is the name of the current particle type name. So what I'll need first is having the particles dictionary, and the particles dictionary is called it's called particles dictionary. So I'll add something. So I'm going to call the add function. Now, what do I want to add? Which key is the name? Yeah, so the key is going to be the name of the current particle types names index. So that means I need to access and need to say I liked it too. It was fun to do. That's pretty fun. It was pretty fun. Nepal, you said the last couple of days were something because you had internet issues, so no live stream fix. Yeah, I didn't have internet basically not yesterday nor the day before. So yeah, it sucks. But what did you do? Like how? What did you end up doing? And Tharum Pandya is here and says, "Yo, hi. By the way, Leco, you make assets by yourself? Hello, welcome, Tharum. Welcome to the stream. I do some. I have done for this particular project. I have done just the enemies. Um, I have done the spells too. That's what I've done in this project. Oh, and a couple of shaders here and there. But the main assets here, like in the project that you can see, these are from Kenny's. Kenny's has like a huge library of free assets for game developers, and you can use them for your project. So yeah, this one is I think it's called platformer asset pack of on Kenny's. So yeah, I didn't make those myself. I did make them up with the assets, but I didn't make the assets myself here. I just made the characters, this shader happening here, and the enemies. And, Nepal is a worked watch pirate software to dull the silence, and in the evenings played Helldivers. Okay, that's nice. How did the Helldivers much go. By the way, what level are you in Helldivers? I'd like to know that. Have you played? Have you played a lot? And yeah, going back to this thing, I want to add. I need a key, and it's gonna be particle types names. I think I actually have. I It's okay if I leave this as a local variable because I'll only be using it once. It's okay, I think. But if I had to use it more than once, I'll make sure to make it like more uh, script in script space instead of in the function. And Nepo is say to be honest, I don't know about the drama. Every streamer will have drama at some point. Even I will eventually. Um, about the pirate software drama, like honestly, I don't care about it. Like, just watch whatever you find interesting, and that's it. Like, people are people. There's, uh, I'm not even sure if there's like bad and good people. They're just people that generally do unpleasant things from your point of view, and people that generally don't do unpleasant things from your point of view. But yeah, yeah, he can be like an asshole. He can be an asshole. I just don't watch it. That's my thing. I just don't watch it. I saw like my only interaction with pirate software. Like I saw the thumbnails and whatever of this guy sucks. But and I saw like a video of him like the rise and fall or whatever. It was like full at one point it was like every video in my feed was just that guy. But just if you like it, I'm not going to tell you don't watch it. Like I think uh, even if he's toxic, like at what point should I care that much? There's plenty of toxic people out there. This one just like it was like a huge streamer, but there's plenty of toxic people out there. And Ferun Pandian says, I've been self-learning game dev for a month. Yeah, Kenny was helpful when you're a single game dev. That's super cool. Yeah, Kenny has a lot of assets that are super helpful for game developers and for prototyping as well. It's pretty helpful. And that point, I'd say the toxicity makes interesting content to counter. I made videos going after pirate software. Yeah, that's actually something that I don't really like about. There's like various channels that are or that I don't particularly like myself. It's okay if they are exist or whatever. I just don't really like them. It's like rise and fall channels. Like they are just profiting out of talking BS about other people, and I'm not no one to judge really. I just uh, don't like it. It's pretty easy to like get views getting uh like talking BS about someone, but it's okay. It's okay. Like it's the internet for something, and it should be like free for everyone that's on the internet should be like freely judged. And did you say he was a cool guy personality wise? Like if he was not into the whole spicing up the truth, I have my stance. I can trust him, so I won't watch him. He doesn't deserve it, in my opinion. My attention, that is. Yeah, that's super fair. Really fair. Okay, so particle type names. Yeah, what I want to get from here, I want to get the index, and that's going to be the key. And what do I want to access here? I want to access a list of that particle. So I will create a new list for this, and it's gonna be a new list. And what type of value do I want here? I want particle types. Particle types. And did this guy just say, okay, I'm currently also coding? Because why not? And I hope that I don't crash. If I do, goodbye. Okay, I hope you don't crash either. But it's pretty cool that you're also working alongside with me. I feel a little bit more, yeah, like less alone in the endeavor of being of coding. So pretty cool, pretty cool. And if you have like something to share or whatever, please do share it on the Discord so I can see what you're working on. Okay, yeah. So new list particle types and for the type, and what else? I have to initialize this, right? New particle types list. Mm, new list particle types. Yeah, this is throwing me an error. A new expression regards argument. Yeah, but if I close this, you can say I'm also trying to figure out why the Dutch ability isn't Dutching in the correct direction. I know ChatGPT says my code is correct. It's something cross code. Um, check check the velocities when you apply the velocities all the time, because I when I had the problem with Dutching myself, that's what it was in my case. I don't know what it will be in your case, but it's worth looking that up. It didn't crash. Awesome, awesome. Say Nepal, ChatGPT sucks at Unity. I've tried it like every year. I think I've been using ChatGPT or something like 2 years now, and like I've tried a bunch of times to generate code for certain stuff. There's stuff that it doesn't have an idea, and there's stuff that it's actually very helpful. But in the uh, like the median, the average of what it's throwing at you, at least for me, it's not that worth it for me. But dude, if it works for you, like just use it, and it will get better eventually. So I don't know. Custom ChatGPT, like with much more training for Unity in particular, community made thingy. Cool. It's like a custom agent from ChatGPT, or where is it? Okay, so particle type names, but here I have to create another list, basically. Yeah, so I'm going to create another list, and it's going to be new. No, sorry. There's going to be a list of particle types that are no, sorry. It's particle system, because the particle types is what I'm going to be using for the keys. And here I'm just going to create particle system or new particle system list and equal new list particle system like this. And now I'm going to pass that as the value for the type key. So yeah, new particle system list in here. And now it's still like it has some kind of problem. So what is it exactly? Argument one cannot convert from string to particle manager's particle. Okay. So I think I forgot to assign this properly. Yeah, because this is this a list of particle system. List particle system. So in here, I am passing a type, right? Or what if I just get values? And if I get values, this is going to be, are you mining, missing a cast? Yeah, probably. So this is gonna be particle types? Yes? No. Yeah, because what's this returning? What is this returning? Array. It's returning an array of what? Of the enum type. Then I don't see the problem. Need to say, yeah, it's just ChatGPT, but with more training data from some random guy in the ChatGPT community. Just ChatGPT with a little more code. Nothing special. Well, it's good at reasoning, so if you ask enough times, it probably can help. Especially if you're like stuck on something, it's like having a second view on your code. And another thing, I've also tried Claude. I'm not sure if that's pronounced that if that's pronounced right, but that was worse than ChatGPT, and like I got recommended that by another people that was into like basically he told me I heard that Claude is better for code, and I tried it, and in my case it was worse for code than ChatGPT. Words like in the same test problem, it basically didn't perform as well as ChatGPT. That's what I mean by worse. At least in the test, it just was one test. Could be that I got a certain test that wasn't the best for Claude, but uh, but yeah. Have you tried Claude? Okay, so here that get values. Yeah, this is getting the type enum type, and here, yeah, I'm not sure why. Mm, and Apple say it's my go-to for building Unity systems. So you say it's better than ChatGPT in your case for Unity. Um, Nick, you say Claude is better for code snippets and explaining generally. ChatGPT is a giant conglomerate of all text on the internet, but I'm out of credits. I used it too much earlier. And Nebo is my wave manager code for slime overflow, a game jam game, and robust object pooling and character control. Whilst it took me days to get right, Claude was reliable. Well, as I said, maybe my test was the um, the problem there, because I didn't really have a very good experience with Claude. But to be fair, I just tried it once. So for you, it's way better. I should give it another try then. Yeah, it's credits. Need to say the issue is that if you have a bigger system, AI just won't do it. It can't get its head around 10 scripts interacting in complex ways and understand the scene. Yeah, it's pretty hard to integrate into a real project, like a complex project. But if you're handling particular systems, like just script by script, maybe you can get uh, a lot of value from there. But I don't think that's even fixable. I've seen, well, GitHub or GitHub Copilot is integrated into the IDE, so it has access to all of your scripts. Uh, I tried it, but I didn't really test it that well, so I don't have an opinion on that. Mm, I'm on Pro, and it's great investment in my opinion. They say that like it can the AI companies and makes me livid, which is contributing to the bubble. Which can't people just be fucking honest? Well, people are not going to be honest when there's like a huge ton of money involved. So it has always been like this, historically been like this. Uh, okay. So in here, like I'm just confused. What? Okay, add explicit cast particle types in them. Yeah, but this one should return. This one should return an array of enum that get values. So what if I just do array like this? That's better. It seems like it's better. Class system dot array. Okay, so in here, particle types names. And now I have a problem here. Dot value. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure. Let me search the array. Let me go to definition. Sync long length is synchronized, is read only, is fixed size. Binary search, convert out, index of, reverse sort, draw, get length, get value, set value. So that's what we have going on in here. I think I'll just cast this as I had done before, like the fix suggested. No, I want this to be particle types, and I'm going to cast this as particle types like that. So now I think this should be okay. They sell companies with need to say Microsoft is now proudly using AI for 80% of its code. Week later, critical bug that kills SSDs in Windows 11 in update. Microsoft higher ups. Yeah, I think the closer you get to the programmers, um, the less revolutionary AI they think it is. Like I don't know if I explain myself. Like the closer you are to like day-to-day programmers, the less interesting or revolutionary AI seems. But I think it has like a lot of potential, and it's how is this word? Like you can't negate that AI has immense value, and still developing. But yeah, like it happened like with the internet, of course. It always get compared the AI bubble with the internet bubble. Um, like basically every company or like not even companies, they just started like making companies to put .com after the name and get like huge valuations, and they weren't actually adding any value, but they were valued because they had like that .com. Probably something similar could happen with the AI bubble. Like now we are already seeing that companies that put AI in their name, like getting huge valuations, and just for that. Um, but at the end of the bubble, the a lot of huge companies survive from the internet bubble. I think it's gonna be. It could be. I'm not sure. I don't know if anyone is sure about this, but companies will survive. The companies that do add value to the users will survive. Rockstar co-founder is a smart man. He called out AI hype. One thing AI will never replace is live streaming. Change my mind, lol. Dude, I saw, I saw. Now that you mentioned that, I saw some like streamers generated by AI. It was pretty weird. You should check. You should search that up. Because it was like running Fortnite, and I don't know. Probably it's very illegal what they were doing because you can't really get like basically Fortnite into like they got a lot of data of Fortnite gameplay, and they made a live streamer agent or a live streamer. Uh, it wasn't even like an agent because it was just video and audio generation according to all the data from multiple live streamings of Fortnite. So it looked pretty weird, pretty weird. Yeah, VTubers. No, yeah, VTubers are different. I think I agree with Neville here. VTubers are different. And Neville say the Fortnite one. How long was it? I'm not sure. Could 6 months, a year, could be. Yeah, it was around the time where when Minecraft was generated by a. Let me let me work here because I'm getting pretty distracted. Okay, particle dictionary, add particle types names. I new particle system list and new particle system list. Yeah, so that's good now. I think I'm going to check because probably this could throw me errors. My main concern here is that I don't get any values from here actually because I'm casting this as particle types array, but I'm not sure if this will actually get converted. So now we'll have to figure that out later. Now instantiate and add particles to the pool list. So that list, I have a reference to that list, so I could just do that. I could actually do this before. Yeah, so I'm gonna do it in here. So this list that I just created, I'm going to do a for and e equals 0. I think on another stream someone told me like they used e for events when filtering when doing for loops in their in their for loops. I'm not sure. I've always used vocals first for doing force, but I don't know. E is less than what? E is less than the basically the count that I want to have in here, and it's initial particles q count. So how many particles will I have in the pool? So initial particle q count and e plus plus. So for the number of those, I want to basically just instantiate one and add it to the list. So I had that happening here before. I could just probably just pass the particle and on the particle list on the count. I think I could do that. It's easier because I already have that defined. Instantiate particle. That's the name of this function, particles. Like that. So it needs what? It needs first the particle system particle. So in here, it's gonna be related to I. But for example, yeah, who will call no? I could start at one because I could do two things. Like just have the first index of the array of particles empty, so no is associated with empty particle, or I could start counting at one instead of zero. and avoid null, but I would have to like basically do whatever the I is minus one to get the particle that I want. And exp bar is here and says hello. It looks like your internet connection should be working fine now. Yeah, it is. It is. I think I'm not dropping any frames or anything, so that's really good. And welcome to the stream. Hello. Welcome, welcome. So yeah, in here I'm going to put the particle system, and the particle system is going to be I have a particle system prefabs, and I'm going to basically just probably just have it empty. So I'm going to start one. I'm going to start at one, and I'll have to have the. Let me just put this in here. The first index should no, it shouldn't. It's not should. It must be empty. Be empty. Because otherwise it's going to associate null to a certain particle. Yeah, so particle system prefabs. And what exactly is this? Yeah, so I want to get the dropping frames. Yeah, my connection got obliterated. I don't know what's happening. Let me check it out. I'm gonna be right back. Is it better now? Because it seems like it seems like it's better now, but it's pretty unstable. More than anything, it's pretty unstable because I have like a good connection. It says here on OBS, but I'm getting some dropped frames. I'm dropping frames. I really have to work on my grip strength. So I think it should be better now. And let me know if it starts going slideshow on you. It should be better. Yeah, I agree with Nick. You should have a way of checking your internet, or like so you know, yeah, that it's you and it's not the servers. DDoS is denial of service. Who would DDoS me? DDoS me? Who would do that? I think it's back. I don't see a lot of drop frames right now. So let me know. Let me know how it goes. Okay. So back to this. yeah, if someone DDoS me, I think probably the stream like wouldn't wouldn't just go bad. It was like it would like completely go offline, right? Probably. Okay, so instantiate particles, I instantiate those, and I add that to the particles dictionary. Now, I have to, probably will need to change some other stuff. Particle system, because let me check, use particle. Let me just run this. Oh, yeah, I have to change, actually, I have to change this on the managers. And here on managers, let me put this, let me hide this for a little while so you can see this better. Um, Save manager, no. What I want is a particles manager. And I want the prefabs. Mm, so in here, how many particles do we have? We have one, two, three, four, five, six. And in what order? Heal, mana regeneration, enemy death, and burn status, and free status. So let's add those in order. Heal, mana regen, enemy death, and burn status, free status. So we have them here. And they should be on prefabs. It's on here. Particles, yeah. Particles, spells, and status particles. And Nepal say the stratagem spells are giving me post Helldivers too, PTSD. Yeah, you're gonna have a hard time playing it then. Okay, so in here it's gonna be healing spell particles, and I have to leave an empty space, a space for null. Healing, then I think no, this is not throwing me an error. Healing spell particles, then what? Heal, mana regen, mana regeneration. It's gonna be mana regen particles. Then what? Enemy death, burn status, and free status. Enemy death. Oh, I'm just gonna put burn status and free status. And here, enemy death particles. I don't know why. I don't. Oh yeah, because this is just for the spells, and this is separate from the spells. Now, this is the only thing that I can set up here, or like those are the only settings. So I think now I'm not sure if it will work. I'm just expecting for an error, really. But I want to know what error will it throw. Let's try this with the healing spell. It's working. It seems it's working. I don't see any errors in the console either. So pretty weird event. It worked on the first try. Let me try with every single one of them so I just can be sure that I won't have any problems. But because the status particles work a little bit different. No, not in a bad way. Yeah, I think I think you'll get used to the system if anything. But I think I'm still experimenting with the casting system because it could get pretty annoying to have to lift your hand, your right hand from the mouse or your left hand, depending on what is your dominant hand. But yeah, like it could get annoying lifting your hand from the mouse to type the keys. So I thought of maybe like doing something similar, uh, doing with the input, or sorry, doing the input with the mouse directions. So you have to like move your mouse up down, left, and right instead of having to do that with the arrow keys. And I haven't tried it, but I would like to try it. I'm not trying it. I'm not trying it soon. I think it will be a week or more before I try it because I first want to have things working and the other things uh, okay. And I was actually trying one thing. I was trying the fireball or things that have status effects. So yeah, it seems to be working. They seem to be working, and it's very scalable now. Like I can do 100 particles, different particles without a problem. So that's cool. And Arnav, wow, you're here. It's good to see you. Good to see you in the chat. You say hi, long time no see. Do you remember me? Yeah, of course I remember Arnav. Welcome back to the stream. Yeah, it's been a long time. 8 9 months since I last streamed. Well, I came back to streaming the last week, but before that it was 8 9 months. Good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, I'm just going to save this and let's check Notion for the task that I really wanted to do. So I wanted to add more particles here. And EXP bar, you say I'm on mobile, and the last time the stream looked different. What happened? Um, I'm not sure. Like, if you refer to what it used to look like 8 or 9 months before, it looked different because I basically did a recoloring and like I redesigned the channel with other colors and stuff, and now it's like a little bit more cleaner from my perspective. So yeah, that could be it if you were used to the previous setup that I had going on. um yeah, that's what changed. Yeah, it feels like a really long time. 9 years. Yeah, it did feel like a very very long break from streaming. Well, I was like in break for 2 times longer than I streamed. So, and Arnav, you say you have improved. Thanks, I appreciate it. Um, see, yeah, I think I'm going to commit these changes. Yeah, 9 months for a baby, for a baby. Yeah, I secretly had a baby in that meantime. Uh, okay, so in here, I'm gonna add, or sorry, I'm gonna open GitHub Desktop so I can commit those changes. And it's a pretty simple change, but it's pretty substantial. And I no longer need any of these messages that I had going on here because now this does everything that this was doing, but better. So I'm just going to delete this. Instantiate and add particles to the pull list. I no longer need those messages. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Or well, I'll leave them. I'll leave the messages just in case. And what else? I think I'm ready to commit this to GitHub. Yes. There are lag spikes every once in a while. Sorry about that. Not really sure why. I think it could be related to my computer because the other the people in my family, they have been using it. They have been using the internet with no problem at all, and the only one that has problems is me. So it could be my computer or specifically the Wi-Fi receivers on my computer because I have like a two antennas that basically are for capturing the Wi-Fi better. Could be that. Yeah, so if there's spikes, I'm very very sorry, but not can't do anything about that. And I see that Like I go from green to like. Let me show you this. Let me show you this. Let me pull this here. Let me make it a little bit. Yeah. So if you see this, normally I'm on green and it's pretty good. Like getting 6,000 normally 6,000, but sometimes it just drops to it just drops to another green, or sometimes it goes yellow or red. It's pretty annoying. Okay, so let me put this back to where I had it, and yeah, and you say wire directly to the modem. I would, but the modem is very far from where I am, or yeah, it's like a couple of meters. There's no possible setup for me where I can have the modem directly connected. It would be ideal, but I can't have that happening. Okay, so in here, let me just go in GitHub and let me write the summary. So this I transformed or changed changed the particles list to what did I really do? Mm, I'll call it modular lists of particle modular list of uh, for particle types, I think. Modular list for particle types. And Arnav, you say that's great news, buddy. Last time you were making a horror game like Granny. Yeah, I remember that. It was, I think, November of 2024. Was a long time ago. Yeah, but it was a cool game to develop on stream. And modular list for particle types is gonna be gonna call this, yeah, overtime. My beloved. Okay, so modular list for particle types. What did I change? I Instead of having a separate declared list for each new particles list, now there will be one. They can be get. Now they can be accessed through a dictionary with the particle type as a key, and commit for files to main and push to origin. So that's like a checkpoint for the development here. Now let's get to create more particles. So I think I would like to get, or I would like to have the the status particles as the last elements of the enum. So I'm just going to start adding here. So I'll have grass. Um, I could just call it grass, but mm, I'll call it green grass. Green grass. ENB for environment. I want to have one for Tali is here. You say, yo, what's up? Hello, Tali. Welcome to the stream. How is it going? How is it going? Yeah, so I want to have one more for the. There's places in the game where there's like orange grass. That's like amber grass. Let's just call it fire grass. E and B. These ones are for environment, so I'll just call them E and B. And the last one is just for snow, E and B. So now, since this is modular, I just need to add the particles to the corresponding places in here. So first, I have to create this new particles. Let's start with the grass one, because if I do the grass one, I can have both of these ones, since they are going to be the green grass ENB and the fire grass ENB are going to be the same particle basically, but with different colors. So yeah, let's go in here and let's create that particle. And this is probably going to throw me errors if I play, or no? Will it throw me errors? Yeah, I think it will, or it won't behave as it should, because now we have more particles, and that means that I have to create three more spaces here, like in here, one, two, three, and I have to reassign them basically. So here I'll pull the burn status particles. It was the last ones, but this one, for example, is going to be set to none for now, and this one too, and this one too, because otherwise it's going to like associate those spaces with the same particles, and I don't want that. And tell you say I'm fine, can't work on my game till Friday, because yeah, but got some cool ideas for the game. One of my friends made a new design for the war menu, so got to get that working when I can. Uh cool, very cool. Why is it that you can't work? Because of school, right? Yeah, but Friday will come eventually. We are already on Wednesday, so it's not that long. Let's just wait a little bit for the new updates. And you say what are you working on? I'm working on adding new particles for basically when you throw spells at the ground. I want the ground to react, so it's going to cost some particles, or some particles are going to appear. Basically, if you fire accidentally or on purpose at the ground, it will basically like make a little bit of an explosion of grass. It's not like an explosion, but it's like some grass will come off. That's it. Yeah. So now let's go to here. Let me do this bigger, this scene window bigger, and let's create one. Let's create a particle system right here. I have to go to effects, particle system, and in here, let me bring it to where I am right now. Let me bring it here. Let me disable these things, or actually I could use it. I just don't want to paint everything blue, because this is related to the nav mesh. I'm just going to disable this for now. And Arnav, you say, are you on Discord? Are you talking about me or Tali? We are both on Discord, by the way. But yeah, if you're not on Discord, you can check the description of this video or this live stream. It doesn't matter if you're on vertical or horizontal, and there should be on the description there should be a link for the Discord, or you can just click the channel and on connections or on the my links it will show the Discord. But it's easier to just go to the description and it will be there. And EXP bar, you say, will the particles be purely aesthetic and have no impact on the game's mechanics? They will be purely aesthetic, but they will be linked to behavior. So, for example, I'm gonna show you an example of probably you already saw this on the previous stream. Like this spell, the ice spell bomb, it has some particles, but that radius, that particle that I have going on there, like actually lets you know what's the area of the effect on basically if there are enemies that are inside of that area, they will get frozen. So it's not like they are really controlling behavior, but they'll let you know some pretty helpful stuff about the spells you're casting, you know? And let me read you, Tali. Also, how are you? How are you? Are you on your router? Because you had something up with your router. So do you know why? I'm good. Thanks for asking. And the router is okay. Yesterday, a technician came to my house and fixed it. It was a simple error, certification error on their part. So they came pretty fast, fixed it, but I still have some problems with. I think it's my computer that has some trouble picking up the Wi-Fi, uh, and I'm not really sure how to solve that because I already have like some extensions for basically getting the Wi-Fi better. I have like antennas, so yeah. Until I say with a better particle system, a flamethrower spell thrower spell would be cool. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I think, um, well, that's one thing. Like, you can have you don't need the particles to have the behavior. You can do the behavior, and it could be like an invisible. Uh, it could be raycasting, or it could be something that the player doesn't see. And then on top of that, you can put particles so the player know where things are going. Oh, XP bar. Why do people keep trying? Yeah, typing jump, attack, and stuff like that. Does that control your character in the game? No. So if you're on the vertical stream, no, I think you're on the horizontal one, right? If you do that, you have a character. For example, in here, here you are. I Yeah, you can control your character with those commands. There are commands for jumping, for doing various stuff. You have some coins where you that you can use to customize your character. So yeah, that's why people are typing jump and other stuff all the time. Yeah, so let's go back to the effect that I had going on here, and let me close this and this, and here I have the particle system. So I want this particle system to be like grass, basically. So I'm not sure if I could make like a cutout of some grass and put it in here because these particles won't cut it. Let me see on render. I don't want to use this. I could use what happened? Oh yeah, something like sprite because I don't want this to be illuminated at all. Like illumination uh shouldn't interact with this. And I don't want to have this as a stretched billboard either. I could do something like I could do something like mm, Let me try something. I'm gonna open my photo editor, Affinity Photo, and I'm going to basically do some textures for this to look better. Let me do 512 by 512. Where is it? Do I have it here? I think, yeah, it's here. Create. I'm going to make this transparent background, and let me try to do something that resembles uh, some grass blades. So I'm gonna do it in white because it's easier to change the color in Unity instead of having it a set color. Crescent Moon. It's pretty, I don't know. I don't really like that this is so pointy. But yeah, let me make it a little bit shorter. A little bit shorter like this. And maybe overlaid. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how this is gonna look, but it's worth the try. Let me invert this actually. Hmm. They look like some grass blades. I know it looks weird now because it doesn't have any color, but trust the process. I think this is gonna look a little bit better. And let me put a layer here. That's gonna be like a difference in, like, basically just outer shadow. So it has like a little bit of a shadow here. Let me make it 10, and the intensity, let me make it 10 too. And I'm gonna do that for both outer shadow, radius 10, on intensity 10. So like you can tell there's like depth. Um, I think it's gonna look pretty weird, but I'm gonna give it a try anyway. I'm going to export this as a texture so I can use it as a material for the particle system. And let me bring this to the Stars and Magic to the textures. I'm going to call this grass text. I'm gonna save here, and now I have to do a material that uses that. So let me create that. I think I can just go to particle system, and if I go to sprites default, I'll get where that is. Where is it located? Where is it? And why does it turn red when I click it? Well, anyway, I'm gonna do another material here, and I'm going to call this grass material. Material, grass, and underscore mat. Okay, so now I'm going to use sprite unlit default, and I'm going to use a texture. On that texture, I have to actually import that texture. So in here, into textures, I'm going to go to where I just stored this. So in the game folder, 2D and textures, and it should be here. So I'll just import grass texture to here, 2D and textures like this. And now I go to not normal map, not like map, it's just default. or is it sprite 2D? I think it's default. And alpha is transparency. And apply. So now, if I go to the material that is grass material, I can just assign the grass um the grass image or grass texture. Yeah, grass texture like this. And it's gonna look pretty weird in here in the editor. Let me get my cam from here, outside of here. So yeah, it does look pretty weird here, but I hope it does look better uh, in the particle. So here, particle, and I'm going to use grass material. I think it's pretty a little bit big, but it's okay. Oh, where did the chat go? It's here. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I disabled the chat just because I was showing something in the inspector, and it could like clutter that. I could also put it here, so it's not that intrusive. But I'll leave it here for now. Okay, so I'm just gonna, or I'm gonna leave it here for now, just because I'm moving some stuff here. Okay, so I want to change the color, start color. It's gonna be random between two colors. Yeah, random between two colors, and it's gonna be light green here, like this. I'm going to use that basically as gonna copy the same color here, but it's gonna be just a tad bit darker, or darker, yeah, just darker. And it does look weird. I'm going to change the image later, but let me just get this working as I want it to work. So what I want to do is have a gravity modifier. It's gonna be set at 1, but I want to. Well, this is not going to loop, but I'm not going to disable the loop yet, because otherwise, like, I'll just have to constantly be restarting this. So yeah, emission. This rate overtime is going to be set to 0. Overtime mentioned. I'll have just bursts of those particles. I can't with the screensaver. The screensaver is too much for me. Okay, so in here, I'm just going to. Yeah, how many of these particles should they be? Not a lot of them. But what concerns me now is the um, the size of these particles. So gravity modifier, simulation speed, 3D start, rotation. Yeah, the size. So the size is going to be a random between two constants, and it's going to be minimum of 0.2 and a maximum of 0.4. Yeah, I think that is okay. I'm going to change the color over lifetime. Yeah, I'm going to change it. And here on the gradient editor, I'm going to change basically the opacity of this. After 80%, it's going to go radically towards being invisible, basically. I also want this to probably have some collision with the ground, right? I don't want this to to trespass the ground, basically clipping. Um, but it's still clipping even though collision is set to true with the plane with the world. Yeah, and I don't want any any bounce. I don't want any bounce. So bounce it's set to 0. Yeah, but they look a little bit weird. They're jittering. A collision quality it's gonna be a low collision quality. Like I don't really need to have really good collisions for this. Or I could have a medium one. After all, I am pulling this. I'm object pulling this ones. Max collision shapes. Yeah, what concerns me is that these are jittering a lot. So I'll probably do that they have like a kill speed or a lifetime loss. Lifetime loss. When a particle collides, it will lose this fraction of its start lifetime. It's going to lose 0.2. Yeah, basically it's going to yeah, a 0.1 is better, I think. So they don't stay in the ground. They're just going to disappear after that. Yeah. So now multiply by collision angle. No, that's okay. Or what if I deactivate this? The same. Yeah, so they are going to have collision. I'm going to add a little bit of noise. So they look like they are like basically being controlled by the wind a little bit. Like the wind is having an effect on them. So a little bit of noise should help me get that. It should help me do that. So strength, let's see what 2 looks like. No, 2 is too much. I think a 0.5 would be okay. Or a 0.75. And this is changing the frequency too. And actually, I don't want uh, that many grass blades. So I'm going to do here, instead of a constant, I'm going to do a random between 2 constants. And I'm going to, it can be as low as 10 and as high as 25. And the cheese guy say, all right, I sadly have to go study for tomorrow. So see you tomorrow. Okay, cheese guy, thank you for joining. Really, really appreciate it. And I hope you have good luck while studying. And yeah, see you uh, next time. So tomorrow, if you can join. Bye bye. Yeah, so the particle system, let me change the image because now it's already like annoying me. It looks super bad. So instead of those, I could go for something more rounded rectangles. So something like this. I'll have a couple. I'll have maybe 2 or 3. Let me just create 3. They're gonna have or inconsistent sizes. And let me rotate. Like let me just cover this. So I can change the size of this in Unity. What I can't change is their sizes relative to each other. So like this. I know this looks pretty weird, but I hope it looks better when I put some shadows and I export it. Yeah, I think like this. Mm, not sure. This could just be very bad. And I also need to make this rotate. Yeah, let's see, like this. Mijo is here. What's up, Mijo? Welcome to the stream. How is it going? Yeah, I'm not sure. Let's just try this. This can always be changed. Let's just do something like this, and a little bit like this. So all of this will have an outer shadow. It's gonna be 10 of radius and 10 of intensity. Close. So it's better this way. Now, this could suck or this could look good, but we won't figure out until we try it. So I'm going to call this grass texture and I'm going to replace this one. And here in the grass texture, if I delete it, I can just delete this and add it again. And if it has the same name, it will automatically pick it up. So like this. And alpha is transparency, apply, particle system. Okay, yeah, it did. And you say, Mijo, finally done with some stuff, but might have to join another meeting. Who knows? Okay, well, in case you have to, we'll be waiting for you when you get back from it. And you say, I'm doing good. What are you doing? I'm glad you're doing good. I'm here making some particles for the environment. So when you accidentally, for example, fire a spell towards the ground will have some particles of grass that will be like flying, you know? So dashing visual effects. So I want the dashing to feel better. So I'm going to put some visual effects there too. Animation for spell casting. That's a massive one. I want to do animation. So basically, I thought of maybe making that when you cast or when you're selecting a spell and you press like up, like the hands of your character are going to go up. And if you go left, it's going to go left. So it looks more like it's linked, like your character is linked to your actions. Yeah, and my connection is finicky, as Nick said. Is I don't know why. I don't know why, but at least I'm not dropping many frames. And as soon as I said that, my connection got worse. Uh, but at least it's not a slideshow. You say, I saw it in the comments. You still are you? Yeah, of course, dude. It's not only in the comments. It's directly pulled from the feedback. Like all of this are coming from the feedback, or not a lot of them. I think I pulled one or two, but of course I'm trying to add the feedback. Like it's not a secret. I have a whole section here that is just feedback, not a secret or anything. Okay, so here going back to this, I think if I'll just do one grass strand or two, because three looks pretty cluttered and it doesn't look like it has any type of like purpose. So yeah, let me just eliminate this little shorter one. And I think I can have one like this. And this one could be like the main thing. Mm, let me just try. Let me just try. Or I could just put this like this. Not sure. Just trying. Yeah, so file, export, export, grass texture, save, override, minimize, and let's go back to here. Let's delete, delete, and import again into the textures. Let's do alpha is transparency and apply. Now, on our particle system, we should see the changes. Yeah, no proof I did it. Is it Miho stealing something? I thought you were referring to having like to stealing that from the feedback. Yeah. Okay. So let's do start color. I think I'm going to just get the okay. Just get this color from the scene directly, and get this other color from the scene too, from the grass plates there. And actually, it's lunchtime for me, so give me a second. I'm gonna be right back. Hello. Uh, what are you talking about? Sort the shoes. Oh, so you were the one that disassembled my router. Yeah, you licked the ROM. That's why. Okay, so I have let me search it. Let me put this like this. Yeah. Um, let me search for the video. So of course I'm not going to be eating and talking. This one's it's pretty interesting, I think. This guy, this guy uploads very cool videos. So yeah, is everything correctly set up here? Let me just check. I'm not sure what you're what you're saying about green shoes. I don't even have green shoes, I think. And let me put the chat in here. Tell me if yeah, this guy uploads a ton of videos of like game dev related stuff or game industry more than anything. So yeah. Can you hear it well? First of all, Gentlemen? No sound for the video.
$100 data about them. And as it turns out, they're
What about
getting
now?
cheaper. 100. And with today's story, it seems the rest of the industry is also beginning to hear you. Now, this year started with the fear that gaming is getting more expensive. Microsoft and Nintendo pushed the ceiling to $80, an impossibly high ask, especially as everything else has got more and more pricey. But elsewhere in the industry, something quieter is happening. And it's this. The games that you are actually buying, well, we've got the data about them. And as it turns out, they're getting cheaper. $100 for Grand Theft Auto 6. That was the rumor that kicked off this year's anxiety about game prices. It was one that Take-Two have been happy to downplay, if not outright refute. But with GTA now delayed, we won't know the truth until next autumn, though we've already seen audiences reject the new price ceiling of $80. Xbox tried to put The Outer Worlds 2 at $80, presumably buying some.
The only companies that can do this is like Rockstar and Nintendo, and they can do this because like they have a monopoly on their games. Like Nintendo fans are super into Nintendo games, and of course Rockstar, everyone wants to buy GTA, but I've seen this game getting priced at $80. I think it was Indiana Jones that got $120 or something. It was crazy. Crazy. Oh yeah, EA too. That's a yeah, EA could do that too, especially because of in DLCs. They sell a lot of DLCs with their games. Oh yeah, they did sell themselves to Saudi Arabia.
Had room for Microsoft's lovely 30% profit margin demand, but they quickly reversed that decision. The inference from that? They didn't see enough pre-orders. People essentially voted with their wallet. Just that, unlike real votes, the great thing about voting with your wallet is you don't need to do anything
Me
to
next.
cast your vote. It turns out audiences just wouldn't pay that price for The Outer Worlds 2. But you know what they would pay? The regular price. Because, selling at a normal price, the game did have a top 10 launch. Though, the right product at $80 will sell. Mario Kart World kind of proved that. Even bundled with Switch 2 for many buyers, you don't get a 92% attach rate across 9.57 million copies without lots of people shelling out the full amount. But that's only one side of this story, because the reality we need to dive into today is about how off-console prices have been plummeting. But there's a not so funny thing hanging over all of this, and it's the simple fact that video game spending is actually falling, but subscriptions are rising. We've seen that in analyst reports, and too often, well, we're paying for subs we don't use. That's why Rocket Money is today's video sponsor, because they make it easy to get a handle on your subscriptions and get saving. And you can even get started today for free at rocketmoney.com/Bellular. Now, Rocket Money will securely and safely identify recurring charges for you, and then you can cancel them in just a few taps. They've basically put the work in to make that real smooth. So if
EA?
sure
Like they have a pass for all the games or something?
Now's the time. They make it easy. But it's not just that. Rocket Money will also help you with bill negotiation. You simply upload your bill and they will be able to help. For a personal example, whenever my internet went to its off-contract price, I was able to renegotiate a speed upgrade and also half my monthly bill. But here's the thing, I was overloaded with paperwork, and I actually did that negotiation late. And by doing it late, I basically wasted a bunch of money. So with the likes of Rocket Money being able to help, you can actually go and make progress in those things way more easily. And that is the huge value of Rocket Money. They make it all easy. They've canceled over $500 million of subscriptions. They've helped save customers up to $740 a year when using all of their app's premium features. They've other great tools beyond what I've mentioned, so if you want to spend less and save more, which, you know, sounds pretty good to me, you can join the over 5 million Rocket Money members using rocketmoney.com/Bellular, or just by clicking the link down below. You can get started for free, play around, have some fun, save some money, and then unlock more features with premium, and that's rocketmoney.com/Bellular.
What an ad, I think.
If you've bought a game on Steam in the last 18 months, you probably paid $20 or less. In fact, you've probably been paying less since 2023 than you did from 2020. Now, what are these numbers? Well, these numbers are from the research of Simon Carlos, who runs the excellent Game Discover Co. newsletter. He tracked average and median prices for the top 50 new monthly games on Steam during that period of time, ranked by copy sold, and you're looking at the graphs now. We see a median price as low as $10, as high as $20, with averages between $16 and $29. Shocker, Steam users are thrifty people who like deals. We probably didn't need this much.
But what do you consider a cheap game? Like in my local currency, a very cheap game, like not just cheap, but a very cheap game. It's like $3. It's like 3,000 pesos, so like $3. But I've seen like, well, US it's like almost double the prices on whatever. So what is it on your local currency, or compared to that?
Much analysis to work that out, but that's not where I'm ending. Here's where things get truly interesting. From February 2023 to October 2025,
Let's use Among Us as an example. Let me search that. Yeah, Among Us is here. You can check it. Let me put it here. Among Us is 2,400, almost 2,500 pesos. So that's like $2.50. That's the price of Among Us here. And Mijo, you say, yeah, we have cheap games for 1,000 rupees. On how does it translate to dollars? The rupee?
Average amount of money spent on a best.
Say, Nick, Poland is on the high end of the spectrum. We are like just below the Canada, Australia, USD line. Okay.
Selling game.
And how much does it cost for you?
Went down by 2%. The median, though, it went down by 20%. That means that more games are selling at a lower price. And whenever Carlos took a look at the revenue earned, the trend actually held. Now, in theory, that should favor more expensive games. They generate more revenue per sale. But even there, the median dropped from $23.75 to $20.35. That's about 14% of a drop. And do bear in mind that as this has been happening, the currency has been inflating. So even as players feel like they are being pressured towards $80 games, what they're actually buying is getting cheaper and cheaper. And what's key is that this is not showing us what has been offered to players, it's showing us what players have actually chosen. It's showing the best-selling premium games on the platform, and that does feel like a...
Okay, so $15 is 1,100 rupees. Also, it's pretty expensive. Then Among Us should be pretty expensive for you. Well, compared to the dollar. And need to say 18 PLN. That's like $5. Yeah, your games cost like roughly 2 times what it cost to me. And I think in sometime in Argentina, like Argentina, it's a very, I don't know, probably you know, but anyway, it's super close to Chile, another Spanish-speaking country, and at some point their currency lost so much value that everyone was making like an Argentinian account just to buy games because they were like, I don't know, 5, 10 times cheaper. It was like getting 90% discount on every game.
Bit of a win, right? That we are seeing smaller teams with cheaper games beginning to dominate the sales space. That says a lot for the value of Steam, and in a world where people would have to compare the price of a full console.
Yeah, what you said is really annoying because people trade stuff by gifts. But I think they banned that, and you can actually just trade gifts now with people from certain countries. So you can't really exploit that anymore. And Tali is back. Welcome back to the stream, Tali. Yeah, you were able to give to buy it in local and give it. Yeah, you could just have it cheaper, and people exploit that a lot.
Plus a subscription for multiplayer and more expensive games, and weigh that up to a Steam machine with generally far cheaper games, well, I think it also makes the Steam machine look stronger as well. Overall, though, it's somewhat validating an argument you see all the time, right? The argument people make every time someone suggests an $80 price point, which is that you make your profit in aggregate. So make your games cheaper, and then more people will buy them. Buying 4 $20 indie games is to many people better than one $80 AAA game. Surely that's what's going on. Surely that's what everyone is doing. Well, ish. Let's look more into the data. Carlos gave us the perfect example. It's the September releases on Steam, where Silksong sold like gangbusters at $20, with 4.6 million copies shifted on Steam alone. That's nearly double the sales of a full-price title.
Give me 1 second,
like
I'm gonna be right back. Let me put this, like, we rewind from when I come back. Yeah, I'm back. And you said that, Kali, how to go do maintenance on my pets. They're African pygmy dormies or micro squirrels are both names. They have, you should search them up. African pygmy dormice or the squirrels. I'll search that up after the video. You say opened SteamDB. The highest cost for a game is in Switzerland. It's 558 for a $5 USD game. Wow, that's a lot. Because now in the $5 game, yeah, it's a difference, but it's not like it's going to change your world. Like you could still pay it. It sucks, but you can still pay it. But what about a $30 game? It starts going crazy pretty fast.
Sold like gangbusters at $20, with 4.6 million copies shifted on Steam alone. That's nearly double the sales of a full-price title like Borderlands 4. The immediate takeaway is a lower barrier to entry at the price of a couple of coffees, meaning you give yourself the widest possible audience and a big game. And in theory, that also means that more people can buy more games. But
yeah, ramps up. Also, cost of living, economics is hard. Yeah. But they have like Switzerland. Wasn't Switzerland the country with the like biggest economy? Like the people there get paid more, even though their standard of living they require more money to like survive there.
it's actually not quite that simple. You see, regardless of price, the majority of game players don't actually buy that many games. Circana's Future of Games report surveyed 2,500 US players on self-reported purchase patterns. About a third of the market says they buy just one game or fewer a year. Just under two-thirds, 63%, buy fewer than 2 games a year. That is absolutely
I want to see that graph. So the vast majority of people buy games less often than once a year. I mean, I think after the pandemic, the gaming became pretty big, but it was like a niche thing. I mean, it was still super big, but it got like super inflated with new users, like just coming to like play video games. So it doesn't really surprise me that there's a lot of, and I could be wrong, right? This is just a speculation, but there are like a lot of players that are players now that weren't really into the niche of playing, and they got introduced to gaming because of the pandemic. Like gaming became way more popular. So there's like people that don't buy a lot of games because they are not really that into gaming now that they are uh, outside again, you know?
63% buy fewer than 2 games a year. That is absolutely insane to me, but I suppose when I think about what my norms are, or maybe you do the same, we probably have a sampling bias, one that is in and around enthusiast.
Hi, Wisdom. Welcome back to the stream. We're just watching a video of game prices are collapsing. Publishers were wrong by Bellular News. Yeah, it's just lunchtime, just watching along here.
Gamers, we do buy more games, but it seems that with broader audiences, that is less the case. Now, obviously, that's Circana doing a survey of 2,500 people in the US. It's good enough work, it's hypothesis generating work, but obviously, it is just a survey. Though I would say that when you think about games overall, a lot of it is plausible. You see, a lot of people are only interested in buying this year's sport game, or this year's Call of Duty. Well, maybe not this year's Call of Duty. Maybe they bought Battlefield instead. But the majority of any product-based industry is often people who are gently engaged in it. Not people, perhaps, like you and me. But it's actually the top of the chart that complicates things here, because those...
He's saying exactly what I said. Well, not the pandemic part, but not every gamer, like considered gamer, is like always playing new games or always like gaming. They have like other stuff, and or they just have like their game. Like I know plenty of people that just get, I don't know, the Switch, get, I don't know, one Mario and what's that cozy game called? Pretty popular with the pets that speak like. I think you get the one. They called. Well, doesn't matter. But I seen a lot of people that just play that game like 400 hours, 500 hours. Not to say that Animal Crossing, yeah, that's the one. I know how I forgot about that one. But yeah, that just play like 400, 500 hours, 1,000 hours of Animal Crossing, and they don't play uh, anything else, and that's good. But yeah, you can see that in the graphic, like people, gamers have different tastes. Yeah, people still actively play the old Sims games and Candy Crush. Yeah, and they are like they could be considered gaming. Like technically they are gamers, but you can picture one type of gamer, or my image of a gamer is different from someone that plays Candy Crush on their phone. It is technically correct. It's just not what I imagine when I say gamer.
Those people probably aren't the ones buying indie games for $20 en masse. No, that's the other 37% of people, but even that 37% is quite stratified. 22% say they buy a game every 3 months. That's 4 games a year, and that adds up with Valve's own data. Yes, Valve's own data suggests that users played only 4 games on Steam on average in 2023 and 2024. A further 10% buy a new game monthly, which is of course great for an industry releasing thousands of games a year. But we need to put this in perspective. If you bought Silksong and any other game in September, 2 games in 1 month, then you are only 4% of the games market. That's kind of wild. And even if we're allowed to some swing and fuzziness because a survey is only as good as the survey, the point I think still does stand. And of course it's a point that we do see in a lot of other things as well. Take whaling, right? Whaling and free-to-play games where the majority of the revenue does come from a very small strata of that game's player base. And when we see data like that, I think we begin to understand why all of those publishers and indie devs moved their releases away from Silksong, or of course, away from GTA 6. And in the case of the indies, it would especially be because most of those indies are at the same price point or cheaper than Silksong. So if you're releasing against Silksong, a game with massive cut-through to enthusiast audiences, if you're releasing against that, then, well, you're betting on the 4% of the market turning up that does actually buy multiple games a month. That doesn't really seem like a great strategy.
But how big is the market?
And here's the kicker. What if I told you there's another layer? You see, this chart does not distinguish between new games and already released games that are on sale. Every time someone buys a game that's been out for 6 months, they're probably not buying a new game that month to go along with it, regardless of price. So, more people aren't buying.
Well, it's the same thing that happens with all, like media, not just video games. Like old videos on YouTube are competing with new ones. Old movies are competing with new ones. Old video games are competing with new video games. It's just something that you have to accept when you go through media. It's all of Steam data, I think.
Games, even as prices keep trending down. Now, if that is the case, as a bunch of this data suggests, well, why then are audiences feeling like they are constantly being asked for more and more? When people are asked to pay $80 or $70 for a video game, Nintendo, Microsoft, or Sony are basically banking on a fairly simple principle, that the people who actually have money will spend it regardless of anything else that's going on. Essentially, they're betting on it being a premium product with inflexible demand. That is why marketing teams target those people. That's why those absurd collector's editions exist, right? The people who...
What's Nobunaga? Nobunaga's ambition. Reigning complete. I've never heard of the game. Is it popular?
Who absolutely love games and have money. They're the people these companies can count on. The games industry basically thrives in people who can spend without thinking about it, which has always been the case. Buying more than one $60 game at launch has been unaffordable to people for years. But the problem Well, the problem is the proportion of people with money to spend freely actually does appear to be shrinking. Get this. As of September, the top 10% of earners accounted for 50% of US retail sales. And the very same year, spending in games is actually down. The 18 to 25 age group in the US is spending nearly...
Well, if people don't have money, they can't spend it on anything that's not survival. So makes sense. Like, just it's related to the economy, not just like a random trend popping up from people not playing or something. I think if people had like more disposable income, I'm not crazy to think that like just people would buy more games, but they don't have
a quarter less in games this year. And everyone, just in large, is down a couple of percent. But on the whole, most game spending is only a few points down. Now, given we're in rough economic times, that could seem like a good thing, right? Oh, the world is experiencing troubles, but games are only down in most categories by a few percent. What if I told you it's actually worse than that? You see, the difference that's been made up, right? What's made this only a few points down? Well, it's basically subscriptions making up the difference, because those have grown all year. But that comes from the bottom of the spending population, not the top, right? It comes from people who are seeking more and more value for their increasingly limited dollars, whilst also spending less and less on premium games. And I think that is the big tension that people are feeling. We're in a situation where game marketing and traditional big games are basically out of reach to most of the audience, more so than perhaps ever in recent memory. But the companies haven't changed how they talk to players as a whole. A lot of the market has changed underneath those companies, but it's not really like it seems they've really changed their comms to match, and that is leading to people feeling ignored. It's leading to people facing demands that they cannot meet, and that's because the companies that used to be targeting them are now not targeting them. They are targeting someone with more disposable income. And that's a tough change to stomach. But by contrast, the $20 games on Steam are changing. Individual indie developers are watching game prices creep lower and lower. And they're just hoping that they will get enough sales to succeed, because they cannot afford to price higher and risk player blowback. Now, we're not quite at the mobile game space, where developers basically can't afford to price games as premium products anymore, but we are seeing a shift in how games are sold. And what that may lead to may not be great for all of us. Because if you can't ask players for more than $25 without facing comparisons to Silksong, then you may start having to scope your development very differently indeed. And that means that some traditional games simply would be out of reach. It could also mean that we do feel more and more nickel and dimed. So, it's not all doom and gloom. It actually seems there's a lot of vibrancy in the indie scene. But what we are seeing is a changing market, changing behaviors, and a AAA sector that is struggling to keep up pace with that change. So no wonder they're out of touch. And
good video. I'm not sure how much the companies that have like their passes pay to developers. I would guess they are fair now. Like, for example, if let me read Wisnion. We'll have to go. See you guys. Okay, Wisnion. Thank you for joining. It was good to have you here, and see you next time. Bye bye. So yeah, I don't know how much of how much they pay developers that have their games on Game Pass, for example. But the thing about having just one or two or three companies that have the power over their passes basically is that whenever they want, they can just say, okay, now we're going to pay you less of a percentage, or no, we don't want your type of game on our platform, so you're excluded from being able to be on the Game Pass, either because they pay bad or because they don't want you there. But yeah, we'll just see. We'll just see. Like, there's nothing to be sure about here. But it's a pretty interesting thing he mentioned about like the shift into like more people just getting games subscriptions, like passes, like the Xbox uh, Game Pass. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Oh, and in case that you want to check the video or something, or give it a like or whatever, I'm going to leave the video here in the chat. And I'm not, I don't know why I'm not subscribed here, but I'm gonna leave it a like, give it a like and a subscription. Yeah. So back to game dev. We're not going to be able to sell this, but it's worth trying to build it. Okay, so yeah, we were doing this particle here. Let me just make it bigger so you can see this better. And I'm not convinced about the look of this. I wanted to look a little bit more like this. Probably could do some like this, a little bit more similar. And actually, before that, Dali sent an image, I think, on Discord about his pets. I'm pretty curious about what those creatures look like. Oh, they're pretty cute. Pretty cute. I don't know what I was expecting, but they're super cute. They're like hamsters. No, they're not, but they look like hamsters to me. Okay. I'm going to, let's see. I'm going to take a screenshot of this shape here so I can replicate it in the image editing software. In here, let me just put this here. Super friendly. They look friendly. They look super friendly. Do they require a lot of care, or they're like mostly independent? Yeah, let me delete this, and I'm gonna bring the pen tool up like this. And something like this. I think that's fine. Now, I don't want this stroke, so I'm going to delete this or don't have anything here. And I want to make basically everything just be white in here so I can change the color later. Yeah, so that's fine. I'm going to disable the image here, and I could just try to have this one like, let me just put a shadow, outer shadow, and let's do 5 radius and 5 intensity, nothing too crazy, just so it's easier to tell. And when they overlap, like you can still tell what is in front of another thing. So let's do file, export. I'm going to overwrite this. The grass texture I'm going to delete. And I'm going to put this back here in the textures. And on here, alpha is transparency. So let's see. They seem to be a little bit chunky. They're a little bit chunky, aren't they? Mm, not sure. They do move like leaves, but let me modify the sizes. It's gonna be 0 and 3, and I want them to rotate too. So let's find rotation. And I'll say yes, they require a lot of care. They need to be in groups of 2 to about 30 to survive, and need live meal worms, constant checking, and a lot of other stuff. But they're very worth it. Yeah, a lot of care. But yeah, pets are fun like that. Okay, so simulation space, local, delta speed, meter velocity, max particles, 1,000, stop action, cooling mode. Want the speed, start speed. So the speed is set to 5. I want it to be random between two constants. Curious, their names are Abba and Momo. What's a good show? What is a good show? And we tell based on personality. Abba and Momo are from a show. What is a good show? Those names are pretty cute. That's all I know. Are they from a show? Random between two constants. And here, let's say 10. Restart. And this looks like confetti almost. It's not what I'm looking for. Appa and Momo is a good show? Or, sorry, is it a TV show or something? Let me search it. Appa and Momo. Here. Appa and Momo. Momo like from the Avatar? Oh, yeah, from Avatar. Yeah, I forgot. They they were called like that. I haven't watched the whole series, but I used to watch it when I was younger. Yeah, there's like plenty of like animations like that I watched when I was younger, but I really didn't get that far. Okay, it's my second favorite show after which one? Um, so let's see. I struggle to imagine. Oh yeah, I think I had this set to stretch to billboard instead of just billboard, and that's why it looked weird. Okay, okay, that's different. Say watch it all. It's so good. Yeah, they had like a pretty interesting story. I just didn't get to watch it. Like that's all. Also, I want this to be the shape of this is going to be like a sphere, not a cone. Or yeah, I think that's better. But just picture this is gonna be like on the ground because that's where this will happen. But probably then this should be bigger, so 0.2 or 0.4. There should be rotation in here. Um, yeah, so where's the rotation? Force over lifetime, color over lifetime, rotation over a lifetime. Here it is. And I could just do random between two constants, and I'm gonna say minus 360 and 360. So they rotate quite a lot. Let's see. Not sure. Not sure. They look a little bit weird, don't they? And all you say, after the Dragon Prince made by the same company with one same actor and some funny references, also a sequel coming out soon on a really good story, and it's just so good. To the Dragon Prince. Yeah, I haven't watched that either. Both shows are on Netflix. Yeah, I don't have a lot of free time, and when I do have free time, like I try to uh, touch grass, like try to go outside because it can get very mentally difficult if I don't go out. Like I don't know how to explain myself, but I don't think it's good to not go out and see uh, anything that's yeah, not seeing anything that is not a wall for a prolonged period of time, like for 1 or 2 weeks. I try to go out every 1 or 2 weeks. Oh, and Legend of Korra is good too. Sequel to Avatar: The Last Airbender, Low Avatar. Yeah, I think they like I knew they had a bunch of shows in their same like the universe. Okay, so how could I change this so it looks better? I think mm, what is it that I don't like now? I could make it. Mm, well, let me just change the shape one more time. Well, I'll probably be changing this multiple times, but yeah, let's just copy this and scale it down like this. Move it a little bit like this. I'm going to rotate this a little. Let's see, file, export, export. I'm going to override. Yes. Delete from here. Delete. And bring this to textures again. Now I apply alpha transparency. And let's try this again. Does it look better? Well, actually, I want to see how it looks when the player is close because it's pretty different uh, to watch this just on the scene where there are outlines and whatever. You can't actually know how it looks. Okay, okay, it looks way better. Looks way better when you're close to it, and it's not like it's going to be probably gonna put less particles. I think that's one thing. Make them bigger and make them go like not that far away. So instead of start side of 0 0.2 to 0 0.4, it's going to be 0 0.3 to 0 0.6. The speed is going to be 4 to 8 instead of 5 to 10. The lifetime, that's okay. I like the shape. And there are some options on the render mode where the render alignment it's with the view. That's good. So let's try this out again. And what happened to Nick? I don't see his character on the stream. Maybe he went to play Among Us or something. Okay, so now I think it's better. I could put some more gravity, or actually less gravity. Make it a less gravity. So in here, gravity modifier is gonna be 0.5. So they behave a little bit more like leaves or like grass blades. They're pretty liked. And Miho, you say I just gambled and he didn't arrive, so probably playing Among Us. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Yeah, because if you gambled and Nick was here, you died in a gambling related accident. What? Also, it is here. I thought you were gone to play Among Us. Okay, you died in a gambling related accident. Well, it's life is like that. Was it worth it to gamble all of that? Lifetime to three, or I'm gonna do random between two constants, and it's gonna be one are going to last only a second, and others are going to last like 3 seconds max. And say I went outside for a thing. Okay, okay, yeah. Listening to the stream. And Miho, you say, yeah, very worth it. Miho, you say, none will know what I'm betting on, so it's the way of the silent gambler. That's the way. Yeah, let me actually do this 20, restart. This looks okay. Mm, I'm not sure if I'm modifying the size of our lifetime. That's one thing I want to change. Because they should get yeah, that's why I didn't like it, because they don't, like, they just disappear, and they don't get yeah, let me show you this. Particle system curves. I'm not sure why it's not showing up. Oh yeah. So instead of not having a curve for this, for the growth, they are actually going to disappear. They're going to get smaller. Or they're getting to disappearing. Okay, so now let's see this in action. Yeah, that's good. Now I'm going to modify the color over lifetime too. So it doesn't start from 80, it starts from 75 or 70 even. 70. Yeah, so from 70% of the lifetime is going to be fully opaque, and then it's going to go transparent for the remaining 30. Oh yeah, I went here. I quit my camera so you could see what was happening behind me, because I was modifying this thing here. But yeah, I'm back. Yeah, so let me put restart again. That's okay, I think. Let me see this in game. And once we have that figured out, it's just a matter of changing the color for the other grass particle, because it's gonna be the same, just different color. And for the snow, it's gonna be a little bit more different, because in that one, um, yeah, like I'm not going to be having grass there. It's just snow, so I can't just replicate. It seems good. Seems good to me. I would like to modify how fast they go. Like they should start very fast and they get slower, because I think that's how, at least visually, how it would look if you were to, I don't know, blow up a patch of grass. Um, Yeah, so let me see the particle again, and let me tweak this particles. So in here I have, it's not the start speed, but the velocity over lifetime. Yeah, I don't want to touch that. I think I can have uh I can have, let me move this a little bit to here so you can see this. And Luca Bolimanti is here and says ciao, or at least that's how I can pronounce it. And you say, how's it going? It's going pretty well. Welcome to the stream, Luca. Good to have you here again. And yeah, we're making, just came back from McDonald's. Cool stuff. Yeah, so we're just making a particle, some particles for when you cast a spell towards the ground. It's going to have some grass basically like going all around. So it's more interactive, like the environment is more interactive. And need to say, MK, I'll be off to play Among Us. If I die, I'll come here and gamble. Okay, Nick. Then it was good to have you here, even though you'll be here still. But yeah, so cool. Enjoy playing Among Us, and I'll see you later. Until you say, guys, I spent Steam. Now my internet died. What happened to your internet? And look, I say, neat. I want to hear what I ordered. Yeah, sure. Until you say open. Okay. So you open Steam and everything just died. Here, restart. Yeah, this looks good. What I want to change is the speed. So it's gonna be random between two curves. And if I pull this here, did you say probably won't be listening? Okay. Um, so I'm gonna move this here. I'm going to disable this for a while, just so you can see what I'm doing here, because I'm changing the start speed. It's going to be a random between two constants. So one will be here, or let me, yeah, one will be here, close to 5. It's gonna be like 4, so 0.4 here, like that, and it will get progressively getting towards 0, like no movement at all. Yeah, like that, and here it's gonna get to, let's say 0. Yeah, 0.3. It's okay. Yeah, I think that's good. So let me go back here with the chat and move it here again. Look, I say I had two Big Macs with cheese, large fries, large cola, a 9-piece McNugget, and a strawberry milkshake. That's a lot, but it's really, sounds really rich. And I hope you enjoyed it. And me only say I ordered a real romanleco t-shirt that is real and official. It hasn't arrived yet. What? Romanleco merch when? And Tali say my internet. No, you're having problems with your internet. Maybe if you're having problems with your internet, could be my internet because it has been pretty funky lately. And look, I say I know my InDesigns were being begging for mercy. Um, going back in here, I think this looks good. I guess it could be just a little bit less of movement, less movement. So a 6, or like the drop off could be, oh, the drop off could be less. or steeper drop off. Mm, yeah, so let's put this to 0.3 and let's make a steeper drop off. I can't actually change it, it seems pretty weird. Yeah, I can't change a lot of this. But what if I change it from here? Yeah, then I can change it. Like this. It's hard to see because it's behind my head, but just trust me. You can see the effects though. You can see the effects of the changes here. And I think I don't want them to last that long, so it's going to be duration 3, and it's going to have a duration or a lifetime of 1 to 2.5. So restart. Let me check it one more time when, like, in game, not in the scene. And I think we're gonna be ready to use that. If you win that, you get more particles from the roulette, you say? But how many? Yeah, it seems fine. I'm willing to accept that. If you win, we're gonna get more particles. What did you pick? Don't tell me you picked like black or not a pair, like odd numbers. You lost, so that's saying that like that. Okay. No, but like actually, does it look good? Do you think more particles would be better? Well, we can always tweak that. I'm just going to call this grass particles, um, or grass ENB particles, in case there's some other thing that also is grass. So we know these are for the environment. Now, what else? I think that's it. Yes, I can just make it. I can just make it. Let me just put the position to 0, 0, 0. The rotation. Let me check where that is. Yeah, I think it could be 0, 2. And me only say, yeah, it looks good, no problem. I just want to be an agent of chaos. Yeah, let me look in here. Restart. Rotation minus 90. So yeah, I'm just going to put that grass environment particles to uh, in the prefabs folder, so they become a prefab. And where should I put it? It's on the prefabs. Where are the prefabs? They are here. And where exactly on the prefabs I want to put this? On particles, but it's yeah. I'm just going to put this here. And let me check that particle in the prefab scene, because this could be 0. It would work the same way. We work exactly the same. And now Now I can just save it. Now go to duplicate them. So where are they? They are, yeah, prefabs and particles here. I duplicated and I'm going to call it fire gas, environment particles. And you say, Mijo, what if there's a 1% chance for the particles to do something silly, like have more particles or launch very far away? I mean, if it didn't take that long, I would do it. But the thing is, if I call it, like I would have to, well, I could just randomize it with a script on the particle itself. Oh yeah, it's already randomized. You can see in here, it's already randomized. So if you see under emission, it's going to throw you a minimum of 10 particles and a maximum of 20. I could do it more. It could be more of maximum particles. I'm going to do 22, just to change a little bit on the emission. Oh, grass environment. Yeah, this one too. And yeah, going to the fire ones. I'm just going to go in here. I'm gonna go in here, and I'm basically going to sample for the color of this of the environment. So looks good. Now I could just try this out. Yeah, I could try this out already. The thing is, um, how do I know? Miho always say this looks really good though. I like it. Thanks. Yeah, I like it myself too. I need to know when I basically a spell collides with something in the environment, what material is it using? That's a way of knowing. But also what I could do is just by the name or I'm thinking about what I could do here because I need to know in a way uh, what am I colliding with? Not only that, but also what material does it have? So I can choose a different color. Yeah, other that tag, but yeah, let me see because here on the map, if I use like everything is just set to ground, you know, on lookout, yeah, everything is just grass, or sorry, everything is just ground, and it's set on the layer ground, and I mean, I think there was a way to have like sub tags. I forgot how it was, but there was a way to add different like sub tags. Let me search for that. But before I just want to try and see how it looks. So let me just try with a normal spell or in the spell script. Let me see. Let me see. I'm just gonna go into the spell script here, and what I want to do is just call the particles manager, and I'm gonna basically just call for the green grass environment. So I just have to use particle, and this is so good. It's so good because now it's modular instead of not modular. So particle types, I'm just gonna call it in here. If I collide with other thing. Um, Art Marshall says, "Hi, I'm you from future. I have dementia. I am from future. I have hi. Is it me? Dang, I didn't know I would get to have dementia. Welcome, me from the future. Welcome. I hope you enjoy the stream. Okay, so in here and here, so I would ask you for my future or something, but you have dementia, so it's not worth it. In here, I'm going to ask for, well, is it ground that I'm colliding with? If it is, then I'm going to basically just spawn some particles. So health script, other that get component health. Uh, yeah, if it's not player. Miho, you say, I always make systems modular or reusable. It's worth it. Yeah, it's completely worth it. When I'm doing prototypes or when I'm just trying to get something to work, I first make it work. At least my approach, I first make it work. Um, like, what's the opposite of modular? Like I basically hard type it, like I hard code stuff. I make it work and then I make it modular because that way I don't get the problems of making the system modular. I just get the problems of making it work first, and then I handle the other problems. That way works best for me. But yeah, starting with a modular system from the start will save you more time on most occasions. Here, so on collision particles, transform that position, concerning that identity. But what else do I want to do? I basically want to check if I'm colliding with the ground. If other than the compare tag is 3, mm, yeah, if I don't detect a health script, it's probably because it's a decoration or a tree. So else, if I could just switch here for compare tag, but yeah, I'm not doing that. Else if other that compare tag it's ground. I'm not exactly sure why or what am I using to or where I'm using the ground tag, but I'm not sure if I change it for something else, it will affect the um, the functioning of something. I'm not sure what it will affect. So yeah, here I just want to call the particle manager that instance, and why did it particles manager maybe? Oh, that's it? Yeah, particles manager instance dot use particle, and the one that I want to use is I'm going to call the particles manager again, manager dot particle types, and I want which one? I want the green grass environment. That's the one that I want to use. And I also have to specify another thing. What is it that I want? Where is it that I want to have it happen or pop up? It's on transform that position. Transform that position. And I think that's good. Now let's try this. And let me make uh, the game window bigger so it's easier to see because it was pretty small before. Let me put the yeah, let me put this here. So if I oh what okay yeah have an error have an error. What happened? Oh yeah, I didn't assign it, so I have to go to the manager, particles manager, and I have to assign the new particle we just created to that point there. So yeah, it's in here. Grass environment particles. I'm just going to drag and drop to here. I think that's the one because if we see on fire grass, green grass, yeah, that's the one. It's number 4. So that means it's number 5 really. And I'm just going to assign the fire grass particle now, so we can just see it work once we make it work with every single particle. So if I cast it here, yeah, you can see. Okay, I'm not sure what's happening, but I think since I set it to loop, it is going to loop. So yeah, I have to change that on both the grass environment particles and on the fire grass environment particle. So in here, this is not going to loop. And what I want to change here too is what happens when it stops. It needs to be disabled to be used again. So that's important. And now Firegrass, the same thing, basically. So on stop action is going to be disable. We don't want to destroy that because it's going to be on the pool. Like we have a pool of particles, so we need that. And it's not going to loop. So if I save this and I press play again, I'm going to make this bigger again. Now it should be better or should work as intended. I think it's a little bit. Maybe there are a lot of particles. Like my main. What I think it's making it look weird is that maybe it's too light. The colors that I'm using are just too light. And also, maybe they're too small. I can make them bigger, be less particles, and I think this should look better. So let me try this. So going in here, um, yeah, going into grass environment particle. I could make this slightly darker, like this. Yeah, and also making the start size be basically 0.4 to 0.8, and on emission it's gonna be like 8 to 16, let's say. Did the chat break? Because I saw your. Yeah, I see you're sending messages, and I see the message on the stream avatars, but not on the chat. Maybe it got disconnected or something. Weird. Let me see. Let me see. So in here, this is the horizontal string. And Mitranjai passed here. I'm not sure if you just send the message, Mitranjai, but in case you send it just now, you say, "Hello, Roman. Good to see you. If it's my time to sleep, and have a great day. Bye, brother. Thank you for passing by and sending a message. I hope you are able to see my response to your message. But yeah, rest well and see you around." And let me check the horizontal stream because I think just my chat just got disconnected. I think it feels lost. Also makes system modular result specific. Yeah, specific. I think the fill is lost when the spill is still visible while the particles are going. The point of the particle is that the spell has dug into the ground. Yeah. Okay, so I want to check that my yeah, the chat that I have going on here where I can read all of your messages is lacking. It's not behaving very well. All broadcasts. Yeah, I don't know why it's not. Here I have the streamer bot chat and it's connected and everything, but it just doesn't want to show me all your messages. I don't know, because I can see your messages because I went to YouTube directly, but I'm not sure why. Yeah, everything seems to be connected. Let me just restart. I'm going to restart streamer bot. I'm going to restart this so I can see your messages again. And you see there that it's connecting. This the streamer bot also takes care of the not only the chat but the on stream chat. So yeah, I don't know why, but I don't see your messages. I guess I'll just have to keep this open then, so I can read you because what an annoying thing. What an annoying thing. Yeah, let me just close it for a little while, and I'm going to put this in this side. I'm going to put OBS in this one, so at least I can read. Yeah, I can read the test message that you sent, but now on the I'm now on the YouTube direct chat, like, and I'm going to put this in here. I'm gonna put this one in here, this one in here, OBS over here, expand. Sorry for the inconvenience, but I just changed it. Okay, so I can see the messages here. Uh, Born Development Scotland says howdy, howdy, how is it going? Welcome to the stream, Born Development Scotland. So yeah, going back to the particle, I think it looks better now. Let me try this, and if this looks good, then I can update the other one, the fire one. Okay, so if I do this, I mean, it does look better in my opinion. There are just a lot of particles. I think it looks good when like a lot of particles looks good when you're building the particle, but in game, like I think there shouldn't be that many. Like you just want uh some kind of feedback for what happened, but not that many particles. So instead of having on the green environment particles, instead of having 8 to 16, I think what I'll do is gonna be like I'm gonna keep the floor at 6 and the maximum up at 12 probably. Restart. Yeah, let's put this on again. And there seems to be a problem with my connection again. Like, dude, got back to streaming and everything is going badly. Um, Okay, now I think looks better. And they last a long time too. Sounds good. Um yeah, so what you were saying before, let me read you again. You said I think the feel is lost when the spell is still visible while the particles are going. The point of the particle is that the spell has dug into the ground. Yeah. So they should be there for a little longer than the particle then, right? But hmm, I think I'm going to make them go faster. Faster at the beginning. They are quickly going to drop off, but I would like to make them faster at the beginning. So let's go into grass environment particles, and on the start speed, let's modify that. Let me actually get my face out of here so you can see this. And yeah, let's do. It was the maximum speed was 12 or 8. I'm gonna put it to 12, or let's try 14. 14. It's going to quickly drop off just because I want to, or I'm gonna just make it 20. And one can start at 10, other at 20. But the thing is, I want this to feel like very impactful, like it did launch stuff flying pretty fast. And it's gonna have a steep drop off. Going to put this like this. Here, same thing, steep drop off. Like this. Hmm. Let me try a 18. And let's save and let's try this again. Now I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Oh, sounds good. Not sure if the chats that I have here are updating correctly because they are like tabs trying to save resources. So I don't know how often do they update. But I hope I can see your messages. Okay, let's try this again. It's a little bit too much, isn't it? But we're getting there. We're getting there. I think the drop off should be even more drop offy. I'm going to put my camera back again. Yeah, let me open this here. So it's and Miho, you say I think the world gambled and chose slow internet this fine Wednesday. Is it dropping frames? Is it going very slow? Because here it tells me it's not that bad. Like I've dropped so far. So far, I dropped 31,391 frames. Yeah, frames seem okay. Yeah, I don't seem to drop that much. Like at least we have some connection. But it's your Wi-Fi that's bad today, or Or it's mine? Or it's both? You say I just have bad quality? Seems I also have bad internet. Okay. We're fighting the same war. Okay, so in here, I'm going to make this, let's say 16, not that much, and it's gonna drop very, very abruptly. Yeah, very abruptly. But I want to keep this. I want to keep this uh, over here, maybe. And same thing for this one. Winning stars. Yeah, so I'll do this the same as the other one. And I'm gonna have a point over here. It's gonna make that the drop off is not that. So it's still moving like this. I just want high speed, but a high drop off. And Tali, say good stream today, but I'm going to go now. Bye. Bye, Tali. It was good to have you here. And good luck with the rest of your day. And see you next time. Okay, so restart. Restart. No, like it launches them. Let me try with 12. Restart. 14. Restart. 14 seems to be all right. Dude, my internet is dying. My internet is dying. I dropped a bunch of frames there. Give me just 1 second. Be right back. Okay, I'm here. Uh, Not sure, but sometimes it just completely goes away. Like it just doesn't want to work. The Wi-Fi. Okay, let's try. I like it. I like it. I think the speed could be a little bit higher, so they don't get completely like stuck in the air. Yeah, but it's okay. It's actually fine. Actually fine. So I'm just going to now the firegrass environment particles I'm going to delete, and I'm going to duplicate them or duplicate the grass particles, and I'm going to rename them fire grass particles here. And it's telling me that YouTube is not receiving enough information, enough video to stream. What a weird thing, because it says here that the connection is okay. Oh, you actually won 120 20 coins. Since you are the only one here, you're gonna get some stars. Well, Tali is here. At least his character is here too. But yeah, these stars are all for you then. So you can gamble all you want. And I'm gonna leave some more here, just for when you appear again. Well, Tally got Tally got most of them. You're gonna restart your router? Okay, okay. Let me put this here again. Let me see if the chat is working again. Test allo. Okay, yeah. I think it's back on again. So I'm going to close this. I'm going to keep this in here. Give me just one moment. And I'm gonna put this over here. Live streaming over here. No. I'm gonna put this here. Sorry, I'm just setting up my OBS the way it was before. Okay. So now I'm going to go into the Firegrass environment particle, and I want to modify a couple of things. So what do I want to modify? I want to change the colors mainly. So in here, if I click the Firegrass environment particles, and I pick this one like this, and this one too, I'm gonna make it just a little bit darker here, like this, and this one too, just a little bit darker. So now, if I press play, well, it should be the same, just with different colors. Yeah, let me. I'm going to search now if for the subtasks or tags here. Unity subtask or subtags. No, there's no such thing. Layers have a second tag or your own enum system. No official built-in hierarchical subtag for game objects. Hi developers, okay. No such tag, but you can use layers, which makes it like you would have a second tag or your own enum system. Just for the sake of knowledge, using enum and flag, it is possible to add multiple attributes to your object flags. Public enum tags. None equal enemy, one equal minion. Let me see the full response. Oh, there is such a thing. Just type main tag name, the sub tag name when you're creating a new tag to get this. I'm going to try that. Yeah, I'm going to try that, and I'm going to, yeah, just use that here. So when I create a tag, I have to use ground. So it's going to be ground, I guess grass. Yeah, ground grass. Then we have ground. What else? We have ground fire. Fire zone. Fire zone is okay. It's not the best name, but or just yeah. This is grass, so I'm going to recall this, or I'm going to rename this ground fire grass. And here ground snow. So now, if I basically have to go through any collider that has that is of a certain color, and for each one of those, I'll just have to change the the tag. Basically, that's it. But let me just see. It's hard to see what I'm selecting exactly. What is it that I'm selecting? Because it only shows the outlines. Here, let me see. Only shows the outlines. So yeah, in here I'm gonna go to not lookout, but connections. Well, if I pick this one and then the others that are next to it should be from the same color, right? Yeah, all of those until what point? Okay, so I'm just going to pick one by one, I think, or just a couple of them. And I'll have to remember which ones I clicked and which ones I didn't click. But this one too, this one, this one, this one. Actually, that's a solid chunk. I think I'm going to change those to brown, and I have brown firegrass. And now I'm going to select the other ones. So here, 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 here. This place, this. And that's another solid chunk. Now ground, I'm gonna set it to fire grass, not just normal grass. Or not just ground. And here, or let me select this. Oh, I changed the height. Yeah, like that. Going to select everything but the main platform so I can see the outlines. Like this, just selecting everything that's colored that way. And this one too. And I'm going to put, instead of ground, this fire grass. So now I just go to the other one. So for, I think I can select, well, I could have selected all the fire grass or all the ones that had that tag. But too late now. Okay, so this is gonna be easier, I think. Like this. So like this one's just everything snow related. Yeah, like that. This platform too. This platform. This one. This one here. This one, a large one here. Just going one by one, selecting them. And I think the last ones are these two. And I can just go here. And I actually want to, since I have everything selected in here, well, they are separated, so I don't want to mess with that separation. I'm just going to go in here and tag. I'm going to go tag, and it's going to be snow. Now for the rest of those, where is that? Oh, I didn't select that one. That's ground, snow. I'll just go checking if I've selected everything. So that one is large block. Yeah, that's ground. Okay, there. They seem to have been selected properly. Snow, snow, snow. Yeah, they're fine, fine. Yeah, I think that's it. That's it. Maybe there's a couple of places where I may not have put them in there. Put the text in there. But it's okay. It's okay. Okay, so I'm gonna go this place first, like this, going slowly over all of the platforms. And so like this one and this one too. And yeah, that chunk is covered. Now I could just, yeah, select this one and this one too. And Mr. Spark is here. It says, hi, hello, welcome to the stream, Mr. Spark. Good to have you here. How is it going? Let me select this, this, this. And yeah, I'm gonna select this chunk too. This chunk in here. And I'm going to set all the tags to ground grass. And now I'm going to start selecting the remaining ones. So in here, here, this one, this, and this. Well, that's actually another one. And Mr. Spark, you say, I'm good. How's your day going? I'm glad you're good. And my day is going okay. It's going pretty well. I'm doing some particles, or, well, I did some particles for um, basically when you cast a spell towards the ground, it's going to have like a little bit of an explosion of grass, you know? So it's a more interactive. So let me select a couple of more of these things because I'm just changing the tags basically to tell the ground what particles should it spawn when something collides with it. So yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm just selecting some things now. But let me finish selecting this so I can show you what is it that I've been doing today. So ground, I'm just gonna put the ground grass. And here, here. Yeah, so I'm just selecting everything that's green and I'm going to assign uh, a certain tag that I can look for in the code to tell the particles manager to put some particles whenever something collides with it. So here, ground is going to be grass. I think that should be it. So now if I go in here, if I go in here, and let me just press play and see what happens now because nothing should really happen. Yeah, nothing happens. But if I go in here now and I tell it in the spell Else, if the other that compare ground or compare tag is ground that grass, and I tell it to cast that, I I can make it basically like spawn that particle. So let me show you. Here, you see now that there's like grass going all over the place when it hits the the ground. Well, you shouldn't uh or what you're aiming for is not really the grass. But since you are going to fail some of your shots, it's cool to have something happening when you fail, so the world feels more alive, like it does react to what you do. You know, because if you miss, you want to see something happening. You know, and Mijo is back. Welcome back. I hope your internet is better now, Mijo. Did it work? Did the router reset work? And Mr. Spark, you say, do you also have a degree in game dev? No, I don't. I don't have a degree in game dev. I've been just studying myself. I went to university a couple of years back in 2023, and I dropped out of university. I because I was studying before, and I didn't really like. It was just a waste of time, at least for me, in Chile. So yeah, so I don't have a degree. And Mijo say it seems better. Cool stuff then. Yeah, so rotors just need some resets from time to time. Okay, so now what I wanted to do is in here, I could do a switch and switch the tag. This is not returning, this is just returning true or false in compare tag. So if other compare tag 3, yeah, other, I'm gonna do a switch here. So else. And Mr. Spark, are you studying game dev? And Mr. Spark, you say, so what do you do now to manage finances? I'm I'm actually unemployed. That's it. But I'm trying to make this work, like the social media stuff work. I'm trying to put games out there to sell them, and hopefully I have a loving family that supports me. So that's why I'm able to do this without earning money. But I've done some freelance work here and there. But yeah, that's it. And also I'm looking for funding for a game, and I get the results this uh, January or January of next year. So yeah, I'm a pretty lucky guy. Okay, so here other dot tag, and here, but like to be contracted or to look for work as a game dev, you don't. It's helpful, of course. It's helpful to have a degree, but you don't need it. It's not a must. And Mr. Spark, you say, no, I'm studying machine learning. I will get a degree in 2026. Ah, cool stuff. Cool stuff. So you started quite early into the machine learning things. What languages do you use? And Mr. Spark, you say, for now I am also unemployed. Yeah, it's the struggle. But you won't be. Hopefully, you won't be for long. I say okay. So I'm gonna search for if the case is ground dot grass. I'm gonna break here. Here break. And what I want to do is do this. I'm just basically going to get this line from here. Going to copy this, and of course this is no longer going to work, this last part here. And yeah, so now next case it's ground, and it's gonna be fire grass, just because I didn't find a better name for the the orange area, like the fire area. So it's gonna be called fire grass. And here I'm just going to copy the same thing, but this one I don't want the green grass. I want the fire grass env, like this. And I have the last case is going to be for ground slash snow and break. I have to close it with a semicolon. And in here, the same thing, but it's gonna be snow environment, snow env. So that should make the particles change. And Mijo, you say ML is cool. Try training a bot to code itself and contact me if it works. And Mijo, you say I tried a few times and it kept nuking its own code and replacing it with gibberish, and never succeeding if I put a safety system. Yeah, otherwise the world would be very different if it could, if an ML or a machine learning algorithm could add to its own code successfully. It would be something. And Mr. Spark, you say for machine learning, mainly Python, used to make or train model. Nice. Yeah, I've just seen Python inside of Unity. You can use Python with the ML agents. There's a package here in Unity for machine learning, and you use Python too. I was trying to make a bot learn to walk, but I was having some issues in setting up joints and rigid body. Were you was that bot virtual or IRL? Okay, now if I try this out, let me see if I set this up, because I remade the fire particle, so I'm not sure if it's assigned now. If I go to particle manager, yeah, I just have the grass environment particle. That means I have to assign the other one, fire grass environment particle. Mijo, you say I used an existing media pipe to allow me to use my camera as a mouse pointer with my hands, so I'm satiated for now. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. As in a tensor on media pipe. Yeah, you can see there's a difference here. The color changes, but not because the color really is changing. What's changing is the particle that's being casted. So if I shoot here, and if I shoot here, they're pretty different colors. Now, if I go to the snow, I will get an error. And that's because the particle is not assigned, because I haven't created and I haven't assigned it. So if you can see, there's if I check the console, there are multiple errors here. So that's solved with basically just creating a particle. And I'm going to go into the particles again, and I'm going to duplicate the grass particle, and I'm going to call it snow environment particle. Snow. Like that. I'm going to get into the prefab. And I'm going to switch the material. And Mr. Park, you say, I'll be back in a minute. Okay. And yeah, so in here, I'm going to change the renderer. to use another material. So the material that's going to use is going to be snow, or no, sorry, it's not snow, but it's just sprite. Or what I really want from here is basically a circle. Do I have a circle in here? I don't think I do. So I'm gonna create that. Yeah, I'm going to create that. So in here, let's see. I'm going to delete this, and I just want a circle, like that's all. Hmm. Do I want a circle or a rounded rectangle? I think a rounded rectangle would look cooler. So yeah, let's do that, but let me make it a little bit shorter. And if I want to modify the size, I can always do it in Unity, in Unity, but I just want this to look cool. So in here, I'm going to add an outer shadow, and it's going to be a radius of 5, an intensity of 5, and close. Mijo, you say this game simply has that rounded rectangle snowfield. I know, right? So here, file, export, export, and this is gonna be called snow text, snow texture. Although it's just a round rectangle. And let me go to materials in here because I'll duplicate the grass material, and I'm going to create a snow material. Snow mat. And here I'm just going to change the. Oh, I actually have to import that. Have to import that. So here, let's bring it to the textures. Let's put alpha is transparency. And in here, I'm going to change. I'm going to change the render material from grass material to snow material. And that should be okay. Now, that didn't do anything. Oh, because I didn't really change it. So green, yeah, here is the snow material. I have to change it for snow texture here. So now it should, yeah, that's better. Now this is not green. This is gonna be one is gonna be white, and the other one is gonna be uh, a little bit bluish, just a touch, like that. So I think I like it. I like it like that. Now I could just save this, and I could just straight up use it. So if I go to the particles manager, and I go to particles, and I go to the prefabs and particles, I have it here. I just drag it, and now it should be okay. So let me make this bigger and press play. Yeah, so I have to go and try, because I already know that the other ones are already working. What I have to try is the snow one. And I don't have an error catching, like I don't have an error catching anywhere. So if there are things that are not assigned, I'm just gonna get a massive error. But that's not a concern right now. Okay, looks cool. Looks cool. I think these ones should be than the grass blades, though. Yeah, this one should be heavier than the grass blades. Yeah, because they feel like too floaty now. I'm gonna go into what? Into the snow, into snow particles, snow environment particles, and I'm going to make gravity modifier, set it to 1, save, try this again. So the grass one was set to 0.5 and it felt floaty. But that's good for the grass in my opinion. That's what how I want it to behave. But the snow should be a little bit heavier, right? At least that's what I think. Does feel better. Feel better. I'm going to limit the. No. I think that's good. Actually, that's good. I'm just going to save. And in here, I'm just going to add. Like that's basically one task done. I think I didn't know it would take that long to finish that, but we did it, so that's good. Yeah, snow is rather heavy, so it's twice as heavy as the grass, or at least that's how I imagine it. I haven't been to snow a lot of times. I think like twice maybe in my life. So yeah, let's pull uh, the notion here. Environment feedback on impact calculation. So yeah, Snowland, Greenland, and Fireland are done. And I'm just going to copy basically the title here. So it's environment feedback on spell impact and that's just make it I put that those should also appear when the player lands and jumps, but I don't think so because they are like super. There's like a lot of particles. There's a lot of particles already. I don't think I should do that. I should play those particles when the player lands. It was just an idea. And me only say I haven't been near snow much either, but it is water, so it makes sense. Yeah, I think it does make sense. And like grass blades have like are built different. Like they have more air resistance. Like they can fly more. So it would make sense to me that they fall fast or they fall slower. Um, okay, so in here, I'm just going to say when spells collide with the ground, some particles appear that vary depending on the type of ground. So it's grass, fire, snow. Welcome back, Mr. Spark. Welcome, welcome. So yeah, that's done. Now push to origin, and let's wait for that to load. Yeah, that's done, and I'm going to move this from doing to done. And I don't know if you were here to look how it looks now. So let me show you, Mr. Spark. And Miho say player interaction with the environment is also pretty important, but a lot of particles isn't that good. Yeah, if I wanted to put particles like I did now, it would have to be like way less particles. And I think I'm like I just don't want to do a particle for just for the player landing. Although I could, but now I don't seem like it doesn't seem like something very important. And in the future, maybe I'm going to put something um like a cloud, a mini cloud that appears as a particle when the player lands or something. But for now, it's okay. For now, it's okay. So yeah, that's good. I like it. Say, mijo, stagnant footstep particle might be a future thing. Yeah, might be a future thing. But for now, just keep these ones, and that will do. And what's the next thing? Yeah, so touching visual effect feedback. Yeah, loud sounds good too. Yeah, the loud or the sound effects are coming too. Like I let me show you. Let me show you. I have gathered a bunch of sound effects for yeah, like sound effects here for the ice bomb casting, fireball, health regeneration. Um, basically when you fail selection when for a lot of things, but they are not that good. Not because they are not good separately, but because it seems like they are from different video games. It's pretty hard to find cohesive audio. Oh, cloud sounds good too. That's a good transition to sounds. Yeah, I think I'm gonna just gonna keep it here as I could put it on to do. Yeah, cloud particles for player landing, and we could actually do that after that. So it's gonna be programming probably, and it's gonna be Unity. I'm not sure how much programming will it require. I think it's just setting it up. But let me put it in here. Yeah, in here. So first, we'll tackle touching visual effect first. And here, let me just put the type to Unity because it's just mostly setup, I think, and a little bit of programming. So yes, that's it. But give me a second first. I'm going to refill my water bottle and go to the bathroom. So I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Now, touching visual effect, I gathered, I got the assets for this already, so I don't have to make them. I don't have to make them. And it's here to the speed. Yeah, speed lines. So it's just this. It's just our these are just images. I want to have like an animation. It looks too cartoony. Maybe I'll change this and I'll do another one for the game. But it's just this, you know. I could change this. Change is, Mr. Spark, you say good. You're staying hydrated. Of course, of course. Um, yeah. So it could change, but the functionality won't change. So if I ended up changing it, it won't be a problem because the functionality will be already there. Now, what do I want to do with this? Yeah, you need water to gamble correctly. Samblisto says, yo, oh my god, no way I just found you on YouTube, hermano. So yo, Ratsui, I don't know if you speak Spanish. Yeah, yeah, sí, sí, hablo español. But it's me, brother, Ratsui. I followed before I was, when you had only 2 videos uploaded. Very cool. Like, when I just had 2 videos, that's incredible. In my new account. It's not new, but from 2024. Cool stuff. Good to have you here, dude. It's pretty impressive. Like, when I had 2 videos, that was like what? Almost 2 years ago. So pretty cool. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. So in here, let me see. Yeah. So I want to have like on the UI, I will create a new UI component. Yes, sir. Sí, sí, hablo español también, en todo caso. But eso. eh, and Mr. Spock, you say, have you watched Stranger Things? I watched it when it first came out, like with uh, the first season. I didn't really like it. Like I just watched the first season. I know there's a lot of people that love it, but it's just not my thing. Do you like it? And somebody still you say, what game are you working on today? I'm working on this. This is the game that I'm working on now. I can show you what I've been doing. So this is not finished at all, but it's the game from my latest video. I don't know if you have seen it, but it's a magic game with the Helldivers system for, but instead of casting or instead of getting gear like war stuff gear. I don't know. You get to your spells. So you have your fireball, you have um, a magic projectile, you have an ice bomb, you know, and yeah, you also have another one for mana regeneration. There's no audio right now because that's one thing to that I have to work on. But Miho, you say I've seen some pretty strange things. And some place to say I've seen in your channel you have made a lot of games. Yeah, some more worked on than others, but yeah, I've been trying to make a lot of games, trying to put a lot of videos out. But now I'm more into like going back into streaming. I used to stream, but now I stream again. I took a break and now I'm streaming again. So yeah, this is what I've been doing, and there's like different types of enemies too, depending on what zone of the area you are. And Mr. Spark, you say it's some goated shit. Yeah, Breaking Bad is really good. Breaking Bad, I did enjoy a lot. It took me like I had to watch it like 3 times to actually complete it. But yeah, It's incredible, and a lot of people have been recommending me to watch Better Call Saul, but I don't know. They have been telling me that it's better than Breaking Bad. I just don't see how that's possible. But I'll have to give it a try. And some people say that looks amazing. Same here. I took a break and now I'm back at it. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. And thank you for the kind words. I'm glad you like the game. Oh yeah, and also these spells have like different effects. So for example, the ice spell slows down enemies. The fire spell does like damage after a certain time, like it's still damaging the enemies. And yeah, there's like I'm just building the foundation here, so I can expect some more cool stuff. But yeah, now what I'm trying to do is that when you dodge, this thing happens. Like this, uh, these images show up basically like as an overlay here. You know, like an anime where when the when someone dodges or something, that's what I want for the game. So let's do that. So I'm gonna go into the UI manager, and Taha is back. Hello, welcome back to the stream, Taha. Good to have you here. How is it going? Um, yeah, so I'm gonna create a new UI image, and it's gonna cover all the screen basically. So you're gonna set to 0, 0, 0, 0, and now in here I'm gonna go into 2D in my assets, and I'm going to create a new folder just for the the motion lines. And that's how you say, Roman, did you finish the factory game? I haven't finished the factory game because I think it was September of this year. I like basically applied for funding so I can get funding on the game and work on it for next year. The thing is, I can't keep working on that game until I get a yes or a no, because I'll have to justify what that money has been spent on. So if I do things and don't justify them, I can get in trouble, or it's just gonna be a problem. So yeah, I'm waiting until January. I think on the middle of January they're going to tell me if they uh basically if they give me money to develop the game, or if they don't give me money, and I'll have to develop the game by my own means. So yeah, that's the current state of that factory game, but it's still out there, and I'm waiting for January of next year. Um, yeah, this thing that I just covered the screen with is I'm going to call this how I'm gonna call this. I want to call this. Well, let me open the Explorer, the file explorer, and in here, social no, stratagem magic. That's a placeholder name of the game, stratagem magic, because I'm using the stratagem system from Helldivers, but it's a magic game, so yeah. So going to 2D, and good. Yeah, that's pretty good. I'm pretty excited. Fingers crossed, I hope I get funded. Or rather, my project gets funded. So speedlines split. Here, I'm just gonna call the other thing, like the folder, I'm just gonna call it speedlines. So here, speed lines. And let me grab every single one of those and put it in here and there. Speed lines. It's gonna import it. Me holy say flash. Magic game, my beloved. Yeah, that's well, we have to come up with a name for the game too. So yeah, in here I'm going to call this speed lines. Speed lines. And in here, if you click the image, or I'm going to select all of those images, and I'm going to make them basically, yeah, they're going to be like 2D and UI, so I can use it there. They're going to be a single image each. And what else? What else? I could revert this. I'm going to make alpha is transparency, and I think I can use these textures as speed lines, or these textures as images. And Miho, you say, what about Helldivers? Yeah, of course. I can just steal the name from the. Since I just stole the system, I can just steal the name. And Art is say, okay, back. How did it go, Art? And welcome back to the stream. How did it go? And Taha, you say, I think you have spent all the money on PC. No joke. That's not a bad guess. I did spend all of my money on the PC and still paying it. But it is what it is. Like my previous computer couldn't be fixed, so I don't have a I don't have an option to get another one. Good thing I had some savings, but now I don't have any savings anymore. Yeah, so speed lines, I'm going to replace this with one image. Oh, I can't. So I need to transform this into a default normal map. No, it's sprite 2D and UI. It's going to be single image. Match type, pivot center, wrap mode, initial level, advanced. Input texture alpha, generate map from grayscale. Yeah, alpha is transparency. That's the thing. That's cool. Apply. So now if I go into speed lines, I can just drag and drop one. Yeah, but it doesn't have the transparency I hoped it had. And let me see. Let me see if I go into advanced. Alpha is transparency and alpha source from grayscale. Oh, that's the one. So if I apply this, I think if I apply this, yeah, that works. So now it would be a matter of like making this play an animation. And Art to say you could make those using the particle system, but on UI, I haven't used the particle system for UI ever. How? Effects. If I go into effects, camera, UI. Dude, I grabbed the images and I have them in animation. But how? If it's better or if it's you say it's possible, I think it's better if I just make it with a particle system. I just didn't know you could do UI stuff with a particle system. So in UI, scroll view, drop down, canvas, event, legacy, URP, spline, and effects, properties. Yeah, tell me. I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued. Because now it's the moment. It's the best moment you can tell me that because I haven't done anything yet. I just have the assets here. Um, and Taha, you say, how much did you spend on PC? Dude, was like 800 or something around $800. That's like I don't have savings. Like I got my bank account wiped. And Art wrote a new system to log in with Apple. Turns out Social Game Center was deprecated, but Unity never marked it as such. So I don't have an Apple machine. I wrote the code without being able to test if it would work. Send it to the other dev for him to test when he gets back. Oh, okay, okay. What a What a bad thing. Testing stuff that you don't have is awful. Um, yeah, I'm. So if you don't want to tell me, Art, how to do this with effects or with particle systems, I'm just gonna do it this way. Basically, it's just have to be enabled whenever I do a dodge and disabled when I finish the dodge. Now I just say so if you go into Docs Unity, says it's deprecated, but they didn't tag it in code. Then I had to install GameKit, but you need an Apple machine to finish the install. What a nightmare! What a nightmare! And what about the other developer? If he has a machine, couldn't he do that? Like, couldn't he just do that? You say I made speed lines on stream using the new particle system in the car game. The new particle system? Um, speed lines. I'm just gonna search here effect or particle system speed lines. Mm, like you just have the particle system on the UI or something else. Because certainly I could maybe use like trails to do it, but it would be different. I'm just gonna use it like he has an Apple machine, but he's away at the moment, so I need to wait for him to get back. Okay. And I think I'm frames here. Like my internet has been bad all day. Well, since Monday. Okay, so in here, let me just try and see if I can figure out a way before looking it up how to do this. And Taha say glad to see you streaming. Thanks Taha. Yeah, I'm glad to be back too. Back at streaming. So speed lines. Oh, the new particle system works with UI canvas. Yeah, I'm not switching. Not switching just for that. I haven't tried it. I should. I haven't tried the new UI system. I should try it. Yeah, I think I'll try that off stream and yeah, because if I if I try to learn something on stream, it's gonna be not that interesting to watch. I'll just be reading and reading and reading, probably. So I'll just do it this way. Okay, I could just do like I don't want to have an animator. Having an animator doesn't have a purpose here. Really, I'm just gonna make a simple script that I can just receive every single frame in here. Or yeah, do you know a way to, let's say you have an array of 40 images. Uh, is there a way to drag those images quickly to the array? Mijo, you say it's interesting what to watch someone learn a game. It could be. I'm not. But what about learning a game engine? Yeah, that's the thing. What about learning a game engine? I think if I went and learned another game engine here on stream, you wouldn't have that much fun. Art, you say, but you can set it to target the canvas, the world space, etc. Sure, expose the list array, select them all, and drag and drop to the collection name. It will populate the entire collection on Inspector. Let me try that out. Thanks for the tip. Really appreciate it. Okay, so here I'm just gonna do another like a new script, and this is gonna be just for the UI. So do I have something for UI here? Yes, I do. So I just don't want to deal with the animator anymore. I'm tired and sick of it. Um, so here, just scripting. One behavior script. It's gonna be speed lines, and I can enable and disable this render whenever I want to. I just have an event. I think I have an event uh, on the player that I can subscribe to. So speed lines. I'm gonna do well. First of all, what do I need? Void on enable like this. I want to subscribe to that event happening on the player movement. I think void on disable. So in here, it's going to be player movement dot on dash. Yeah. And here I'll have a function. So it's going to be void. No, it's going to be a bool. Sorry. So true or false. And yeah, private bool dodge speed lines or enable speed lines. That's it. And yeah, I don't want to return this really. It's just like this bool value. And what I need is to basically do plus equals enable speed lines and player movement on dash minus equals enable speed lines. Now RTSA, remember to lock the object you want to drag to on the inspector before you try selecting all the sprites in the project. Will do. Okay, so now I need the, I'll have a speed for, yeah, what does the enable speed lines do? It's gonna have private bool. Well, as long as I don't need a check for that. I can just do this on update void update like this. I need sprite render. I think that's what's using, or is it an image? I think it's an image since it's on the UI. So I'm going to need using UI Unity engine.ui like that. Yeah, so I'm gonna need an image. This is gonna be the speed lines image. Now on update, if speed lines image enabled equals, or yeah, it's enabled, then I'm going to do something. I'm gonna have a timer, and I'm gonna have a speed. So serialize field private, and it's gonna be float. Frame change time equals how many chain or how many frames should I do? Should be I could just do this every frame. Seems I'm checking or frame rate. I'm just going to call this frame rate, and I'm gonna set it to 20. 30 or 60. I think I have, yeah, I can set it to 30. 30. Let's try 30. And yeah, frame rate, and I'm going to have private. And it is not going to be a float. This is going to be int. I can't have uh, I can't have 0.5 frames. So this is another one is going to be frame tracker. I can change this name later. What matters here is this starts at 0, so I can just use it like this. And whenever this is enabled, frame tracker is going to be plus plus. And if the frame tracker is more or equal to yeah, it's more equal to the frame rate, then I'm going to say the frame rate or frame tracker is equal to 0, so it resets, and I'm going to change. Well, I'll also have a private int current frame. Yeah, current frame, and here I'm going to do other things here. So it's going to be current. Oh, and I'm not using the underscores. I don't know why I didn't use them. But here it's going to be current frame. Actually, this may be wrong. Maybe you want to do something simpler like frame delay equals 0.1. If frame tracker is less than frame delay, return. But if I do that, this approach, like I'm keeping track of the individual frames, so it's gonna go faster or slower depending on the frame rate. But I'm not trying to compensate for time scale here. So I'm just going to track the individual frames. Frame tracker, yeah, because otherwise I could just do a timer and it would work with a very low number. That's a separate field to track the index of the array you are going through. A separate field to track the index of the array you're going through. Yes. I just want to change like the index, and when it goes to the end, it's going to go back, you know. Let me finish this, and then if you want to, you can correct me. But let me show you the full potential of my idea. So then you can correct me. You're conflating frame rate with the index. Index you, for example, in a 24 line array cannot have 30. Yeah, but I'll have 40 images. It's not like I'll have here serialized field, and I'll put it at the bottom. So it's going to be serialized field private. It's going to be sprite and it's gonna be speed line sprites. You know? So what I want to do here, maybe what I'm doing is stupid, but let me cook. Current frame, I'm going to keep the what I'll do is I'm gonna do current frame plus plus, and if the current frame is more or equal, not equal, but more than the speedline sprite. You do you, boo. I'll trust the vision. Trust. Speedline sprites, and here, yeah, the length. So I need this to be an array. The length. So if this is 40, or yeah, if it's equal to length, I think. Because if it's 39, it's going to be the last one. So if I do 40, that's going to be, yeah, it's going to be length minus 1, I think. If it's more than that, I'm going to do current frame equals 0, right? And then I'm going to say here the speedline image, that's sprite, equal speedline sprites and current frame. Now, frame tracker should be reset to, no, it's already reset. Okay, so now, yeah, if it's enabled, it's gonna do frame tracker every single frame. It's gonna check for this. But yeah, only if this happens, then I'm going to do current frame, and I'm gonna do this. Okay, this should work, I think. And here, I'm just going to, all this does is just set the sprite or the speedline image that enable to value. So if I go in here now, speedlines, and I assign the script, speedline script here, I can just assign the image here. And here it's, I'm gonna do the locking that you told me, Art. So I lock this. I need 40 spaces, but it's just dragging those images there, right? Like this. Awesome. Dude, I didn't know you could do that. So good. Yeah, so I unlocked it. And yeah, let me go back again to there. And let me see, initial pool size. No, this is spell manager, speedlines. This is what I'm looking for. Frame rate. Yeah, I'm just going to disable this, no longer needed. I just need it when I touch. Okay, I think that the frame rate is super low. And I probably want to do that like less opaque. It's pretty, I don't know. Yeah, the frame rate, it's gonna be set to 30. Maybe I'm doing something very wrong. Maybe. I just feel your judgment art. It's like it's not. It's barely advancing. Probably because of the script somewhere. So in here, yeah, if it's enabled, I'm gonna do frame tracker plus plus. So if the frame tracker is more or equal on frame rate, then I'm gonna put it back again to 0. But I should be doing this every single frame. So after after 30 frames go by, yeah, after 30 frames go by, I do this, I reset this, I make the current frame change. So this should be set to 20. Then, yeah, the lower, yeah, lower it to like 3. Yeah, I get it, what you're saying now. Um, so this animation is like 20 frames per second, you know? That's why I wanted to do that, but it doesn't seem to be changing that much. I'm gonna set it like to 3, as you said. I don't like the effect though. Like I don't like the speed lines. They're pretty messy. I'm gonna make them more, or make the image be less opaque. So maybe I don't know, 150 frame rate. No, it's every 20 frames 1 second. Yeah. One increment per 20 frames is what you did. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just noticed. I just noticed. It is the way that I wanted to do this, but it's not the like it doesn't have to do with frame rate. If I wanted to do a frame rate, it would be different than what I did. So the naming is completely bad and not on purpose. Not on purpose. Yeah, it's a feature. uh okay. Let me see. Yeah, it's not working even as I mean, it is working at least. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about that. Those speed lines. They're pretty pointy, and I don't like it at all. At all. Let me try 100 opacity. Is I don't want the. I think it's better the less opaque they are. It's getting better because I don't want this to feel like comic. I just want this to feel a little bit more like you're grabbing certain speed, like you're getting certain speed. You say what you're missing isn't the lines; they look fine, and they look fine. What you're missing isn't lines; it's how the lines come in. What do you mean? How do they come in? Like because they get enabled super fast? Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the script here. And this is not called frame rate. This is not frame rate. I'm just gonna make it. How could I call this? Mm, frames before change. Frame delay. Yeah, this is way better. Frame delay. You always say I just got back, but yeah, they very sudden. I could I could use twinning to make them look um like basically appear quickly. Mm, yeah, so I could use twinning. I could use this here using dg.twinning. Yeah, I'm in my twinner arc. Okay, so I'm going to cut this like this. Speedlines image enabled value. Okay, so I'm enabling them, but what I want to do is, well, only if I enable, because if I disable them, I don't want them to disappear either. So I'm gonna say if value here, I'm gonna do an animation, one type of animation, and else another type of animation. Yeah, and this should work the same. It should work the same, and I'm actually going to do this 5 as a default. Speedlines image that enabled equal value. Yeah, that doesn't really change, or does it? I think it does, because I only want to do that in if it's true. So if it's true, oh dang, I don't want to see this. Yeah, if it's true, I want to grab that image, speedlight image. I'm gonna set the enable to true, and I'm going to say speedlines image that color that do, or I think I can do color. And it was about time to that I became, or I started my twinner arc. That I'm just in love with twinning. And I'm just gonna, well, I could have mm, well, I'll basically just do a color here. Serialized field, serialized field, private. Mm, I'll just do default color. Color, default color, serialized field, lice field, private color, and it's gonna be transparent. Okay, so here, what do I want to twin? I want to twin the color. And what are the requirements for this? So what do I have to do? What do I have to do? Mm, so it's, yeah, it's the end value. The end value is going to be default color. And how long should I? Yeah, fading time. I'm going to create another variable. Is going to be serialize field private float fading time, and I'm gonna fading time, and I'm gonna make it 0.5 Or no, I think that's too much. I think 1.5 could be maybe 1 to 5, because the batch itself doesn't last that long. So fading time. What else? Color options. Not really needing any of those. Okay, that's good. So now, what happens on complete? That's all I think. Now I'm gonna do here speed lines image dot do color, and I want to have the transparent color now, and same fading time. And the difference here is that on complete, only on complete, I want to do another thing, basically. So what I'll do is I'll just and hard to say. I think what you want is to start direct 25% larger, not scale the actual rect, then make them fit the screen at its climax and then go back out towards the end. Or try doing that with the alpha. I don't understand. Like, not the scale, the rect larger. Let me finish writing this and I'll check the rect component. Speed lines, yeah, so this only after this happens, I want to have the speed lines image enabled equal false. Now this can go wrong if I already have an animation running. So first of all, I need to check if well, the tween dot I think there was something. Yeah, it's twinning. It's twinning speedlines image. If it's twinning, if it's twinning, then I want to do speedline image that, or no, it's do tween that console. No, pause. Was it kill? Kill. Alt twins returns the number of actual twin kill. No, it's kill. Kill speedlines image. It makes it look like you're going faster and faster, then back to normal. I'll have to try that out. Yeah, let me see how this looks, but I'll need to see. I'm gonna tweak the values to see what you're saying. Okay, so this should work, right? I think it will. And Miho say it stays at 125%. Then when you dash, it starts to anim smooths down to 100% in size. Then goes back to 125 before stopping. Oh, so it comes back to screen, then leaves. Okay, okay. Think of it like the fisheye effect. Okay, I'll need to try it out. Let me look. Let me see how it looks. But I think you may be right, because I remember in other games I made something similar, and what I did was just modifying the size and the rotation of the image. Instead of, it was like a still image, and I just modified the size and rotation so it looked like it was like moving. It looked better than I had what I have here. Yeah, the default color is going to be completely white, and let's do a 150. And the transparent color, let's do white and 0. on the alpha. And fading time is set to 0.125. No, it's the same thing. The problem, I don't think the problem is the fading. I think it's the size, as you said. Fading time. Let me see if let me modify this. Oh, it doesn't make a huge difference, really. No, it doesn't make a difference at all, I would say. Okay, so if I were to first enable this, I'm gonna make 150. So what you tell me, I shouldn't modify the scale. First of all, I shouldn't modify the scale then. Why not? But I'll hear what you have to say. So you're telling me it's 125% larger, but why don't I modify the scale? It seems like the easier option. We never modify UI scale. Too late. How do you think I made the health bars? Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why. Uh, but okay. So if it's 1920, I just multiply by 1.5. It should be 200 2400. And then if I multiply by 1.5 here, like that. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Okay, so I'm going to do it with the width and height just to appease the anger of art. Okay, so like this, and then I go back to this. Doesn't look that different. He also says, it's not like you're in his house and can't do something about it. Wait a minute. I have to watch my back. Art may come here to knock me out for not using or for using the scale in an improper way. Yeah, I don't really notice that much of a difference with 1.25. Maybe when it's animated, I will. Maybe. But the thing is, I think I will need the duration of I'll need the duration of the Dutch then. Because otherwise, how will I know how long the animation needs to last? So I need to go to player movement. Let's go to player movement and probably get like a function or like a getter for the animation duration, and I think it's gonna be okay. It could be in two places. It could be on the animator, on the animation handler, or it could be on the player movement. So let's open player movement here. That, yeah, it makes sense that it's here because here is where the functionality gets controlled. So I just communicate that to the animation then. Okay, Dutch time. Do I have a get from this? Mm-mm-mm-mm. Artist, you could cheat and just make a static float of the player velocity. Nah, nah. I prefer to know that the player is just touching, or for how long, really. Touch time. Yeah, but here, where do I have this? Or where could I get it? Should I? Because I could make just a getter, a get, a getter. But let's see, player movement, mode behavior, touch time. I would need a reference to the player movement then, which I could just easily get. Yeah, I'll just do that. I'll just do that. So I'm going to yeah, just do a public get touch time. Public float get touch time like this. And in here, I'm just gonna get the a player reference. Public static float touch time on get touch duration that invoke on enable on get touch duration handle touch duration. I'm just serializing this. Serialize field. I'm gonna get a reference and whatever. Private. Uh, private. I'm gonna put it here under like references. Other references. Private, private. Um, Player movement. Player movement script. And on enable or on start. If I do this on enable, I'll need to make sure that the player is initialized, or will I know? Because it's just a variable. So I can just have a variable here. I could just do, yeah, that. So I don't need to do anything here. It's just gonna take. Yeah, I'm just gonna pass this duration the event. I just noticed I don't need to do that. Like on start or enable. I'm just gonna use it straight there. No need to create another variables to store that. Just a silly boy like that. Um, yeah. So in here, Yeah, I pause if there's anything running, but if it's enabled, then I'll do. So should it be like half the animation is going to go? Yeah, half the animation is gonna shrink, and then the other half is gonna grow again. That's what you say? And here I'm gonna create two variables for, well, basically vector. I'm gonna create two vector twos, and it's gonna be serialized field private vector two, and or vector, yeah, vector two, and it's gonna be what the expose the animation timer. So intro duration, playtime, outro duration, which are normalized. Uh, what? Expose the animation timers, intro duration, playtime, outro duration, which are normalized. I'm just getting the. I'm not. I'm not exactly sure what you mean there about intro duration, playtime, and outro duration. I'm just dividing the Dutch time in two, and assume on when the intro is over, that when the outro begins. Um, but what? Why would I need that? Like I could make it that with the Dutch time, I could make one half shrink and the other half grow again. So, or do you want, or what you try to tell me is that when the animation finishes, another animation should run. So it should shrink during all the animation, and then when it gets out, it should quickly grow. Oh, yeah. So what you mean is like create variables for what percentage of the animation is going to do something. Then it begins making the object bigger again. Okay, okay. Me, how you say, I thought I'm the only person from the people I know who stays awake at 12:45 a.m., but one of my friends is casually hacking into a server. Casually hacking into a server. What server? Why? Why? Is your friend just a hacker? Is it legal? Okay. Let's go. Let's go and do that. So first, let me get the start value on the peak value, or yeah, basically. So private vector two is going to be the start value, or yeah, it's width and height, but I could call it start size. This is like it's like size. Serialize field private vector two, and it's going to be peak size. And me always say it's legal. It's our own server. Google is very interesting in its way of security, so we have to do stuff that they didn't do. Okay, okay. Yeah. Now it's so this is gonna be serialized field private float. So start time. I've never done this. Like I just used magic numbers for this one. Dude, I shouldn't. Yeah, I'm gonna listen to you, okay? I'm not going to use magic numbers. What I was gonna do before is just uh yeah, end time, yeah, equals 0.5. It was just like dividing the dash line. And me only say note to self to maybe not use Firebase, even though it's free for prototyping, so you can pay for conversation. Yeah, Art is using Firebase for authentication. When I went into web dev for a little while, I used Firebase too. It's like the most popular one out there, or at least for from what I knew as a beginner. Okay, so start time, end time, good. Dude, I've been here streaming for 5 hours and a half. Wow, wow, wowers. But yeah, let's continue. I have to go in half an hour. I shouldn't be streaming more than 6 hours. Otherwise, I'm just gonna get burned out I'll and you'll have to wait another 8 or 9 months to see me again. And I don't want that to happen. So in art, that's already good. Firestore is so bad. In art, you say, well, it's crazy. Their out package is very powerful, well maintained, poorly documented. It works for nearly anything. Miho say anyone with the CLI can break into anyone who is hosting a web app with the base security. Good thing I don't have to worry about authentication. I just have to worry about piracy. Okay, I'm then going to use what? If I do, hmm, well, I think I could just hmm, everything will get controlled on enable. Everything will get controlled on enable. Then, um, so let me see. If value, I'm going to do this. So what is it that I want to do? Well, I could keep the yeah, I could keep the what I had before with the fading. After all, it's not gonna damage it, and it's good to have the fading. But what I really want to do is, apart from that, I want to do speed lines, sprites, no, speed line image. That's set. Is there a way to set width and height like that? Because this is just I need a transform then. The rect transform. I need a width and scale. Or what is this using? Speed lines. It should be using rect transform, right? Yeah, rect transform. And I need to access the width and height. Rect transform dot width. How do I obtain the width from here? Let me see. I'm gonna search that up. Modify with uh with height of rect transform unity. Let's see. RT UI canvas get component type of rect transform. Rect transform RT size delta. Oh, it's a size delta. So it should be width and height, right? And also I need to yeah, I need to animate this. The go to, the jump, the kill, the local jump, the move set. Because I can access this with size delta to do. I don't have the twinning here. You want to see light? Yeah, Alpha is great on it. It just works. Only the server data is unsafe. We just gotta make sure we put in a lot of effort in rules. Art, since you are a native English speaker, I have a question for you. Is it data or data? Because it's like could be said the same, right? Is it data or data? And I've seen it said, or I've heard it said correctly, I guess, in those ways. Like, are both of those correct, or is it one or another? Hmm. Okay, okay. Thanks for letting me know. Okay, so data, if I want to use the more common English way. Okay, I'm gonna search if I can do if the twin has a way to modify size delta of rect transform. Rect transform size delta to tween. Lean tween. A rect transform size delta. Size delta. Transform do move do restart nomenclature. Yeah, but this is just the documentation, right? That loops on start. To move the color. Let's see what this guy says. I have a simple tab system. Yeah, whatever. I think you could pretty easily extend lean tween. Lean tween. Yeah, I'm not using lean tween. Mm, possible rect transform enhancement request. Way to move UI panels on and off of the screen is a resolution independent matter. Rect transform anchor min. Twinning rect transform for UI solved. Let's see. Between animate rectangle. In a nutshell, got it sorted. Yeah, but how? Let's get the help from good old ChatGPT. Artist gonna take a break and play some Warframe in a bit. Okay, dude. Well, and Well, let me know when you go. But yeah, until then, like I was gonna say bye, but you're going in a bit. Let me know when you go, and I'll give you the proper goodbye. But thank you for joining. Really, really appreciate it, dude. Um, I'll be around though, listening. Yeah, it won't be that long until I go, though, because I've been here for streaming for 5 hours, 35 minutes. I don't wanna, I don't wanna push myself for too long because I think 4 to 6 hours is okay, but more than that every day, it's gonna, it's not gonna be good in the long term. I need my solo development time too. Otherwise, I get burned out. Not just say I was thinking to stream, but this whole Apple build has really broken my spirit. Yeah, it's and when you're handling those types of problems, they are not that fun to stream either, because it's like you're just focused, and it's good to be focused, but it's not cool when you have to focus and there are people watching. So yeah, but whenever you stream, I'll. When was the last time you streamed? I think I was in one of your latest streams, just lurking like I always do. Um, yeah, I'm not sure. I want to finish this Saturday or Sunday. I might have joined not the previous one, but the one before that one. And I did saw your bot. I saw like an hour of your bot. There's no official building hierarchical substack. Yeah, this is the Unity. Yeah, I can't do it in the week. I think at least not until the Apple stuff is done. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. I've been asking ChatGPT all this time for help with do tween package because I'm new. I'm new to the tween package. I've never used it before. It was only in um this project that I started using it. No. Strategy magic game. Spell fake into the tween intro for Unity. Okay, here. So is there a way to make to modify the size delta of rect transform with do tween? Directly. So do size delta. Okay. It was easy as that. As easy as that. Do size delta. I didn't know. Uh like this. Do size delta? Okay. I want to have the end value. Okay, so the end value is gonna be the peak size. And I can use a vector too, I think. Yeah. So that's cool. Now the duration is going to be Player movement script get get touch time, and I'm going to multiply it by start start time. And what else? Oh yeah, so on complete. Gonna do this. So on complete, I want to do the same thing basically. Speedlines, image, rect transform, do size delta. Here, it's not going to be peak, but it's going to be um, default. Default, not color, but start size. Yeah, start size, and I get the player movement script that get touch time. I multiply by end time, end time, and what else? The disabling will get taken care of automatically because it's part of the else here. So I think that's it. I can smooth it out or do whatever, but first I just want to check that it works. And Art, you say gonna go play Warframe. Okay, good. It was good to have you here, and have fun, dude. Have fun, and see you next time you join. Uh, so yeah, bye bye. Take care. See you around. And Miho, you say from what I know, it usually depends on when you initialize Firebase. Are you playing with Nepo or are you playing alone? Because if Nepo is streaming or you're streaming, I'll be joining after I finish the stream. Miho say it's very finicky, but not. But you have to get your options all the same. Then initialize Firebase before lots of things. Then it usually works as long as you don't touch it. Okay, let me try this. Oh, and I wanted to initialize these values here as well. The start size is going to be equal new vector 2. The start size is going to be 1920 by 1080. That's the resolution of the UI. And peak size is going to be new vector 3. It was 200, 2400. And I don't know what else. Calculator. 1080 was multiplied at 1.25. It's 1350. 1350. And I just say then we do the rest of stuff. We throw a check on Facebook dependencies. Let's see if this works. And I think I have to disable the image. Like that. Okay, there is a problem. Object reference not set on himself of an object. Speedlines rect transform, do size delta. Will I need to get the rect transform here? Serialized field private. I'll clean this up tomorrow probably. Rect transform RT. Just so I make sure this is not the problem. RT, and here RT. That's it. Let's check it out again. On Facebook, before we do them now, I try to check if they are signed in via GameKit. Maybe what I'll do is try to sign them via GameKit under the Firebase side. Okay, so I assigned the RT here. Yeah, there's still a problem. And it's in this line. Just our object reference, speed lines, enable speed lines. Yeah, whatever. I'm not sure what is throwing me an error here. And Murder World 11 says, "You making a game?" Yes, I am indeed. Welcome to the stream, Murder World 11. We're just finishing the stream, to be honest. Like, probably gonna be here 5 or 10 minutes more. But welcome to the stream. Welcome. Yeah, I think I'm gonna wrap the stream up here. But since you just joined Murder World, let me show you what we have here. Let me show you what this game is about. So it's a magic game, but when you cast spells using Murder World, you say, "Bro, why I'm so late in every stream?" Well, I started like 5 hours and 40 minutes ago. So if you want to join in time, you know when it starts, like 5 hours and a half back. So yeah, you have this system that is inspired or stolen from Helldivers, where you select your spells, and yeah, there I was fixing something with this this thing you see here, those like lines you see there. I was actually fixing that before, but I think I'll leave that for tomorrow. And this game is about, like, just for now, it's just about going into these zones, and you basically kill these enemies here using the spells that you can cast. Here there are different spells. Some of them have different like elements and stuff. So, for example, you can freeze some enemies, you can burn them or whatever, and they are reactive to different elements. So it's always fun to try to mix things up when using your spells. So yeah, that's what we have. And more than well, you say, "Bro, why am I so late?" And oh yeah, why did I wait? I think I saw a video of this. Yeah, I could have been. I uploaded a video like a week ago, and you say the movement animations can get more polished though. These ones, yeah, they can always be more polished. I think there's like there's oh yeah, the movement animation. This one, for example, it's not working because I just got an error, and the error is impeding the animation to from working. So if I disable these speed lines that I have going on, and say, imagine seeing a sweat playing this game, bro. A sweat. What do you mean by sweat? Yeah, so there's the real animation of this. It just wasn't triggering before because there was an error. But yeah. Yeah, so I think I'll leave this error that I had going on for tomorrow, because we've done plenty today. We just added some particles to the game today. So yeah, I'll leave that for tomorrow. And that's it. Thank you guys for watching. Really, really enjoy spending time here on stream with you guys. And yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Hopefully, if you can join. Otherwise, see you around. And thanks for joining. Bye bye. Take care. See ya. Thanks for the sub, Murder World. Really appreciate it. And bye bye, Miho and the art. Have fun playing Wireframe art. And rest well, Miho.